Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the January 25th board meeting. I want you to know that I'm personally responsible for the weather today. I better be careful with that. No, obviously, we're all pleased that it's substantially better than it has been the last week, although I understand this is a very short window. What I'd like to do at this time, before we get started, we always, as you know, like to introduce new folks that are on the scene, and normally that task is left to the chairman, but I'm going to turn this duty over to our vice chair to introduce this individual this morning. And Mr. Adams, I just want you to know that I was able to catch the individual in the hallway a little earlier to give him a little warning. And he was a little suspect about this.
Okay.
But having set this up, I'd like to turn the microphone over to our Vice Chair, Neil Adams. Neil?
I'll just do it. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's always a pleasure to introduce folks who are new to a position in the higher ed community, and we do this frequently as folks come in to the Texas higher ed community. And the gentleman I'm going to introduce this morning is no stranger to the higher ed community because he's been involved in various capacities with the University of Texas system. But Texas A&M University system has a new chancellor, and I'm pleased to introduce to the family Dr. Mike McKinney, who's the new chancellor of Texas A&M system. Mike, welcome.
Phil, is it true that Dr. McKinney needed a little reprogramming after some of his last employment?
Well, probably not, considering that he had two sons that played on Kyle Field, so he understands the Aggie family. So.
Mike, welcome. We're obviously happy to have you in your current position, and certainly look forward working with you. Congratulations. Our legal counsel always wants me to remind you all that we're on the internet, so you need to be on your best behavior.
Who's looking at me?
Well, no, I'll let anybody take that any way they want to. It was not a personal thing.
But you looked at me.
Okay, I'll look at Joe. Let's move on to the first item on our agenda this morning, which is the approval of our minutes of our October 26th meeting. May I have a motion for the approval of those minutes? Motion made by Mr. Foster, seconded by Mr. Hinton. Any additions or corrections? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, and motion carries. The next item on our agenda is, of course, our consent calendar, those non-controversial issues. At this point in time, are there any, Mr. Adams, any items you'd like to remove from the consent calendar?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to remove item Roman numeral 10E, consideration of adoption of new amendment to section 1.116 of Board Rules concerning contracts for materials and services.
All right, sir. Would you, with that recommendation, also like to approve it, make a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Okay. Motion made by Mr. Adams. Is there a second to that? Seconded by Mr. Ritter. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Same sign. Motion carries.
He's been around me too long.
What I'd like to do is move and go on to our major policy discussion today. We're very happy to have with us today Dr. Dan Conley. He's the director of the Center of Educational Policy Research at the University of Oregon. However, before we bring Dr. Conley up, I would like to call on the commissioner this morning to make a few remarks. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As all of you know, the fundamental and the most critical goal of closing the gaps is to increase the number of students attending our colleges and universities by 630,000 by the year 2015. That's a daunting task, and at the very root of its solution is the issue of college preparation and college success. We have been working in partnership with our colleagues in the K-12 sector for the past several years, thinking of ways in which we could improve college readiness and then ensure their college success once students arrive on our campuses. We've looked at models all over the country. We've looked at programs all over the country to determine which constitute the best practices and which seem most applicable here in Texas. We feel that we've made some very substantial progress, and one of the things that we've been careful about is not wanting to reinvent the wheel. We've wanted to find best practices where we could, whether in Texas or somewhere else, and see if we could modify those or simply take them whole and use them here in Texas. Among the most interesting and I think powerful projects that we have looked at is a project that was conducted by our guest speaker this morning, Professor David Conley. He's the author of a book that I will recommend to you very strongly, a book called College Knowledge, the subtitle of which is What It Really Takes for Students to Succeed and What We Can Do to Get Them Ready. It's a book that's plainly written, it's easily accessible. It's a book that can be used by not only educators but by families and students alike to get more students better prepared for college. We have asked Professor Conley to come this morning and talk about this project. And what was most fascinating to me about the study on which his work is based is that he calibrated notions of college readiness with a very prestigious set of research universities, the Association of American Universities. And it was intriguing to me that he used this kind of calibration because I think his work demonstrates that we can get a very large majority of our high school students prepared to do rigorous college work. We talked about his work a great deal here at the coordinating board. We've talked about it with our colleagues at the Texas Education Agency. I think the interest of TEA is I think, clearly demonstrated by the presence of Commissioner Shirley Neely for this presentation. So let me introduce Professor David Conley of the University of Oregon.
Thank you very much for having me here today. What I'd like to do is give you a very quick kind of overview of some of the main issues and some strategies related to college readiness standards. Excuse me. And as I go through this, if you have questions, feel free to raise them. However, I will move rather quickly with the hope of getting through most of the material. I understand you're a very vigorous and lively board, and I know you'll have much to contribute. I mean that in the best sense of the word.
We wouldn't have taken it any other way.
Let me begin with two slides that summarize, I think, some of the issues here. And the first one shows the results of a survey conducted by the Chronicle of Higher Education last year. And it asked, one of the questions it asked is, how clear are post-secondary academic expectations to high schools? And you'll note that about nearly 70% of high school teachers are either not at all familiar or only somewhat familiar with the expectations of what students need to do to succeed in college. Now, right off the bat, this should signal to us the need for something like a college readiness standards type of project. So I just wanted to kind of reaffirm that for you. And moving on to the next slide then very quickly, from the same survey, let's look at a very specific area, which is writing. And in our research, we've identified writing as one of the absolute key prerequisite skills for college success. And let's take a look at how high school teachers view students' preparation for college level demands in writing versus how the college faculty view it. About 10% of the high school teachers believe that students are not well prepared, and about 36% believe that they're very well prepared. And you contrast that against the perceptions that the college professors have, which is that 44% of the college professors view the students as not being very well prepared in writing versus 6% view them as well prepared. These types of differences in perception, we can argue, well, people have different points of view and so forth, and it's certainly true. But the reality is that the systems, high school and college, don't communicate well about the expectations we have for student success. There are historical reasons for this that have to do with how we govern the systems, with two governing boards, with different sets of organizations and structures. And there's a whole set of cultural reasons about why high schools and colleges in the U.S. don't connect much more closely. Many other countries, the systems have been designed to connect high school and college so that the act of going to high school essentially prepares you for college if that's your goal. It's not as if you have to go through a very convoluted and complicated set of procedures to be college ready. In this country, it really requires a tremendous number of decisions by a student to be college ready, and it's very challenging for high schools to offer programs that really do prepare students for college unless those high schools go to extraordinary lengths to understand what it takes to be college ready. So our systems don't support our teachers very well in making our students ready. And increasingly, our students are voting with their feet to go to college from high school. Federal figures indicate that about 2/3 of high school graduates go directly to college. Within 5 years, that number increases to about 75%. Now, that's including all post-secondary institutions, including community college. That number's been increasing steadily the last 50 years, and more, actually more than that. And it indicates to us that we have a student population that has taken seriously the message that you need to be ready for college, you need to go on to college. So the question is, how do we make them more, how do we help them to achieve their own goals? We can move on to the next slide. The goals of college readiness standards. Right now, we align our system through a mechanism known as course titles and grades, largely. And using course titles to align the systems is very convenient, and it's very efficient. If a course has the right title in high school, we say that that meets college readiness standards. We define a student as being college ready as someone who takes the right courses with the right titles and gets the right grades. That works very well in large, complicated systems. Unfortunately, it leads to a lot of situations where those titles may not reflect in the content of the courses what it is that the students really need to be doing to be college ready. So that was a system that was developed 130 years ago, 120 years ago, and at the time it worked well because so few people went to college. And the high schools that did offer college preparation were prep schools. They had relationships with individual colleges. So the titles were useful indicators because the faculty of the prep school and the college actually sat down and talked about those courses. Now we have a system much larger. The scale is, as Commissioner Paredes indicated, you're trying to increase the number of students going on to college by over 500,000. The system we've had of course titles as the means of quality control, think of that, course titles as quality control, is simply not enough. Students in the same high school can take the same course with the same title in adjacent classrooms at the same time from two different teachers and have dramatically different experiences. This is not about standardizing the curriculum, but it's about creating guidance for teachers so that they know what it is that they should be doing so their students can be ready for college. Deeper alignment is attained by delineating that course content, not the curriculum, but the goals. What's the key knowledge and skills? What are the habits of mind that you're trying to develop? What are the characteristics, attributes, and attitudes that students need to be ready to go on to post-secondary success? Getting to that deepest alignment, then, requires that we identify the knowledge and skills, we analyze course content, and we use the results when we make decisions at the policy level in the K-12 and the higher ed systems. If we're going to come up with these standards, they're going to have to be important documents that guide policy decisions and not beautiful reports that sit on shelves. So what you're embarking on, I think, is really monumental. And as you probably know, this is groundbreaking in the United States. When I go to, our center works with a number of other states, and I've gone and done presentations of a similar nature in other states. But the fundamental difference between those presentations and this one is when I go to the other states, I'm talking about why they should do this. Here I'm talking to you about how you can do this. You have taken the step, and it's a dramatic step, and it's a step into the unknown. but it is, in fact, the next step that needs to be done by the K-12 and higher ed systems to bring themselves together. I applaud your courage, and if it's not courage, well, then I applaud your commitment to moving forward on this important topic. Moving on to the next slide. The goals of a set of college readiness standards, which I've alluded to, and let me just summarize them again for you. I think it's worth just considering them again. These communicate post-secondary expectations in the same language and format as high school standards. Keep in mind that the high schools are far ahead of post-secondary education in stating expected learning in terms of standards. The high school teachers understand this language. They've been dealing with it for 10 to 15 years, in some cases longer. They have been aligning their curriculum around state standards, developing lessons. They know this. Post-secondary faculty, this is new. So we've got a mismatch in how the systems are going to view this. But it will give the post-secondary system its first opportunity to have comparable statements of knowledge and skill expectation. These are a reference point when state standards and assessments then are being revised. You can have the basis for a discussion about what should be going on in state high school standards and state assessments. These are ways for high schools to develop programs that align with post-secondary expectations. If a high school wants to redesign its curriculum, they have a reference point of where that program should end, how the 4 years of high school should lead to something, college readiness. As it is now, high schools tend to design their programs around the state high school standards and assessments, which occur in the 10th grade. Is it a 10th in Texas or 11th? I'm not positive. So when they occur at the 10th or the 11th grade, what happens is the program then in the high school gets kind of bifurcated into preparing kids for the test, then preparing kids for college. And these are separate activities. The beauty of college readiness standards is you can have a continuous program that connects to the state test at one point and then connects to college at the next point. This can also be a powerful tool for creating a reference point for what entry-level post-secondary courses should look like statewide. Right now, course articulation in the post-secondary system is largely a process of talking about course numbering and course titling. Not too different from how we've talked about the high school preparation piece. And we have ferocious discussions about the titles and whether they're comparable across institutions, to the point where some post-secondary institutions will not accept courses from other post-secondary institutions when the courses have the same titles. Having a set of college readiness standards can actually be a very powerful tool for the post-secondary system to use to come up with some definitions of what is comparable across its institutions as well. So I hope that you'll see this as an opportunity, not just to implement policy that deals with the high school, but also to use this to enable the post-secondary system to calibrate expectations so that students can move more freely within your system, which students do. They go from institution to institution. This can be very helpful. It's also a way, I think, for faculty to calibrate their expectations within the post-secondary institution so that their expectation level is appropriate to what the students have been prepared to expect when they get to college. The last point is a little more controversial, which is that potentially you could use these readiness standards eventually for placement purposes and even as a factor in admissions. If you align them with state tests, if you align them with end-of-course exams, for example, you could have an end-of-course exam project where students completed a paper or did an exam that would yield you information that you could use in your placement processes. So potentially a lot of power. The last one is, I think, takes a little more work and a little more time, but it emphasizes the fact that these standards should not just be for one simple purpose, that they can serve multiple purposes. Moving to the next slide, the common characteristics of, I'm sorry, I went ahead. The college readiness standards efforts today, I'm highlighting 6 efforts, but there have been others. And these efforts are characterized in part by things that our center has worked on or been involved with, but I think they give you a pretty good idea. Back in the early 1990s, the Oregon University System, that's OUS, began a proficiency-based admissions standard system that I directed. And through the 1990s, we learned how to admit students to college based on proficiency, not on course credits or titles. And that used a set of college readiness standards. That led in the year 2000 to us beginning work on standards for success, which Commissioner Paredes mentioned, and that led in 2003 to our publishing of the report, Understanding University Success, which contained in it a set of standards that identified what students need to do to be ready at AAU universities. The American Diploma Project, with which I'm sure some of you are familiar, works with Texas through Achieve Incorporated to try to improve and increase the challenge and demand for students in high school and to make the high school diploma more valuable. They've developed standards in English and math. College Board recently developed a set of standards for college success, and we worked in conjunction with them, and in fact they licensed the standards for success to use in that project. But they've created a very comprehensive set of standards in mathematics and English. The Transition Math Project in Washington, very parallel to some of the work you've done, a state-level project to develop college readiness standards with help from the Gates Foundation. Similarly, work that we've done with the Higher Education Board in Washington to develop additional standards in English and science. So, as Commissioner Paredes mentioned, you have a series of models out there that you can use. This is not the first time it's been done, and there is at least a reference point to start your work. Go on to the next slide. So what are some of the common characteristics of college readiness standard systems? You need to have a clear focus on success in entry-level general education courses, not on a college degree. This is an important organizing principle. College readiness, as we have defined it in all of our work, has been getting students ready for entry-level general education courses. If we move to a more vague definition that says, well, we want students to graduate, we ignore the fact that they have to move through the general education first. That's where the largest number of non-continuators occur, is they don't make it through those initial general education courses. The other thing is, once they move out of general ed and into the majors, their experiences become increasingly diverse. You could have a dance major, a physiology major, a math major, a business major. We can't align high school with the majors, but we can align it with the general education where we have less variation, where the types of requirements, even though the courses are varied, we can come up with a set of core courses. I know that you're looking at 25 courses as an identified group for which you're going to do some course redesign. That's a great example of how you can limit all of the diversity and variation in higher ed to a finite number of courses, and that's your reference point. So I want to make that clear. I think that's an important decision you'll have to make, is what your definition is for the reference point for college readiness. The other thing that all of these projects involve is relatively broad-based input and processes that imply what we call convergent consensus, which is simply the process of reviewing things repeatedly and each time trying to converge on agreement. And now that may seem like an obvious idea, and yet I've been involved in other projects where we've gotten to a certain point, and rather than converging, we start to diverge. And in a large, complex state, it's easy to have a process get sort of spin out of control and you end up with sort of differing perspectives and points of view. You want a process that leads you to converge toward a set of agreed standards. This takes successive iterations or steps toward validated consensus statements. Now, the word validated is important here. You have to have agreement that your statements are accepted and that they really reflect people's agreements in the most important elements. These multi-sector development groups have been employed, and to do this requires adequate staff support. I think it's just worth mentioning that these are big, complex projects with lots of logistics. They're very visible, and the credibility of the institution is affected if the projects appear to stumble or not to be well organized and well supported. They also have to have institutional legitimacy, which means that your post-secondary system needs to stand behind the standards, as well as, of course, the board, from the beginning and say, yes, these will be our statements. And even though they're law, it requires more than law. It requires the institutions to say, we own these, we believe in these. And that's an important cultural dimension. Thank you. Okay, slide 8. Let me go to some of the issues now. There are a lot of issues, and I won't obviously cover all of them, but this is mainly an opportunity to put them on the table for your consideration. The first one is, as I mentioned, defining a reference point for entry-level post-secondary education. And I mentioned the idea that you have to use general education, but beyond that, you have to think about whether you're talking about research universities, state colleges, community colleges. Interestingly enough, our research suggests that it's possible to find areas of agreement that cut across these institutions. That within the general education curriculum, you can find relatively comparable course expectations. in the key areas of certainly of math and English. It can be it starts to get more complicated when you get into science, but it's still manageable. Social sciences gets even more complex. But let's just stay with math and English for the moment. So it is possible to think about finding comparability of expectation. But what you have to do is try to find a college readiness standard either that cuts across all your institutions, or if it doesn't, you have to identify which additional elements go into that definition for it to apply across all of your areas. You also may decide that you want to include a set of statements that say if you're going into college, this is what you need in math and English, but if you're going to major in areas that require mathematics, such as engineering, here's a set of additional statements. We have an asterisk by them, but this indicates that you must know more if you're going into a technical field or a specified field in these areas. It's important not to set your standards at a level that sends the wrong message to students. So if you're a student going into math, a STEM area, science, technology, engineering, or mathematics area, you don't want to send a message that says here's a level of math that you need, when in fact it's probably higher than that. Similarly, in some of the areas, history and English and so forth, you might require a higher level in English than a basic set of college readiness standards would indicate. So you want to be aware of that going into it. And to do this, then, once you've got the statements, you have to develop the performance levels that you associate with the statements. In other words, when you put these statements out, the very first thing you'll hear is, oh, well, geez, this could be, we don't expect this of graduate students. You'll hear this sort of language, unless you specify the performances that go with the statements. Because when you talk about, some of them will sound pretty general. But if you can develop the performance statements to go with it, to say, this is to be done at this level, and here's an example of the work that shows what we're looking for. So, for example, constructing an argument, or providing research for providing citations for a research paper can be done at any number of levels, and you have to specify the performance at which you're expecting skills like that. Or even within the sciences and mathematics, understanding mathematical concepts and principles can be achieved at various levels, and you have to demonstrate what level of proficiency you're expecting with that. So slide 9, please. Similarly, you'll need to look at the grain size. And by that, I talk about the Goldilocks effect here, which is you don't want your statements to be so general that they could be anything. In other words, you don't want to have a statement that says, to be a good thinker. But you don't want to have something that's so specific that you end up with 160 or 200 statements. We just analyzed the International Baccalaureate curriculum, and I'll leave here tomorrow, fly to Denver, and present that report to the International Baccalaureate Council. And what we did is we took their curriculum and translated it into the language of standards, which, interestingly enough, IB had never been stated in terms of standards before. What we found is, because it's such a detailed curriculum, when we translated that into standards, we have, as I mentioned, 160 standards in physics. Now, we know that's too many, and we know we're going to have to work on that. But it's an example of where the grain size is too small. It's a very good representation of all the things they want students to do, but it's not the right way for a standard system to be stated. It has to be sort of a nested model, a hierarchical model. And what I suggest is you can use what we call a keystone type of an approach, where you can state a standard that by doing that standard, you can't do it unless you have certain prerequisite knowledge and skill. So the standard, for example, doing certain things in mathematics with functions or with manipulating variables and equations and so forth, requires some subsequent knowledge, some prerequisite knowledge, rather. And that prerequisite knowledge doesn't always have to be stated if what you've stated is the final level of performance for which you're expecting students to be proficient. So you can get a manageable system if you get your grain size right. The last point I'd make on this topic is that our research has identified the most important issue as being what we call habits of mind. Although specific content knowledge is important, and I want to stress that it is important, the issue is, what can students do with that knowledge? Can they analyze? Can they interpret? Can they compare and contrast? Can they draw conclusions? Can they reach inferences about conflicting information? And quite frankly, students have a very difficult time when they get to college, because even though two courses might have the same title between high school and college, our research suggests that the college instructors teach it differently, and the difference is really around thinking. And an example I gave yesterday is of my niece, who went to a very good high school, and went to a college preparation type program, then went to college at a state university in California, a very good school. And she took an astronomy class. And to her credit, she did everything right. She actually attended class, which is sort of the first important thing. It doesn't make the list of college readiness standards, but it's a good one to have. She took notes, which is another really important thing to do during class. And she actually set up a study group and studied for the test. Now, these are really sort of important skills. She took the test, got it back, got a C on the test. And her reaction was, the professor's not fair. And so after a very long discussion, this is not the language she used. I'm going to boil it down.
You're on the internet, Doctor.
What it came down to is the reason the professor wasn't fair was that she had studied all of these different formula about how to calculate the orbits of planets, planetary motion. And the question had required her to use the knowledge about planetary motion to draw an inference about planetary motion, not to calculate it. And she was incapable of drawing the inference. And her defense was to say, well, it wasn't in the notes. It wasn't in the lecture. He didn't tell us he wanted us to do this. And I thought that was a really good indication that there's this fundamental difference between a high school college preparation program and the college course itself. One other quick example of where the habits of mind are so important, and a key skill I mentioned before, writing. High school teachers are very overburdened in terms of writing. It's a very challenging task to have 150 students whose papers you're reading. So the high school students get one form of feedback on their writing. And very often they don't write a lot because it's so overwhelming of a proposition for the high school teachers. When they get to college, the universities devote more time to teaching writing. They'll use smaller sections, or they'll have graduate assistants reading the papers carefully. And students who have been told that they're pretty darn good writers all through high school, they've gotten the little margin notes, very good, great, excellent. The first college paper they get back, and when I've done this in little description in meetings, I watch people's heads nods, and they come afterwards and they tell me, well, when I was in college, this happened to me. First composition course, first paper goes in, you're pretty confident, you get it back, it's covered with 60 comments, whole paragraphs are crossed out, and you have a C- on it. And in our system today, I mean, really, students don't always react to that by saying, thank you so much for the feedback. Their reaction is sort of, my mom and dad are both lawyers and you'll be getting a call. It's a very different dynamic. So we've got this mismatch in these expectations between how the high school students are prepared in terms of these thinking skills. And I want to really make clear, this is not high school bashing. I was a high school teacher for 12 years. I was a public school administrator, including a building level administrator and a central office administrator for 20 years. I've dealt with this daily in my life. I have absolute sympathy. And if we had more time, we actually have some strategies that help high school teachers to be able to grade papers in ways that can get the information to students. It has to do with not grading every paper. It has to do with grading a subset of the papers, using those as exemplars for the students. It has to do with standardizing some of the writing assignments so that the teachers have reference points for their scoring and they're not having to work so much on their own. It has to do with making it more efficient and gearing it toward these clear college readiness standards. So there are techniques, but that's really for another session. My point here, and I really want to emphasize it, that these habits of mind are critically important, and then when you go to college faculty and ask them what they want from students, very often they'll say, and I'm going to come back to this point at the very close, I don't care what they know, I just care if they can think. Well, that's a little bit of an overstatement in my estimation. We do care what they know, but most importantly, we care if they can think. So moving on to the next slide, the presentation, these differences in high school and college cultures is what I'm alluding to. And then the next point is the one I was just making, which is high school or higher ed faculty tend to eschew specific prerequisite knowledge in favor of students who can think. And you have to be careful in your college readiness process that you don't get sort of sucked into this vortex and all of a sudden your college readiness standards are 6 statements about thinking. We do want people to know some science. We do want them to understand in physics that there are some basic laws and properties and principles, and in chemistry. We do want them to understand conventions in English. It's not as if we don't want them to know these things. So we need to make sure we capture those. The other challenge is to link these college readiness standards into the sequent college course, the one that follows the entry-level course. Now, in some cases, some disciplines have very clear sequent courses, others don't. So this is an area that needs to be considered when we're designing the standards, is how will these connect? If these do not connect with anything in post-secondary education, once again, as a policy tool, they will lose their impact. So moving on to the next slide. I spent a lot of time with the staff from the coordinating board and from Texas Education Agency yesterday talking about this slide here, and I had 7 additional slides. I've taken them out of this presentation. I don't feel we need to go into the detail here. But our center has worked to develop new approaches for developing college readiness standards, and what we do is multi-method, multi-data source. And what we move through these different steps of doing a statistical analysis of the current system, an expert design panel. Then we have a process to solicit input from college instructors all over the state via an online tool. So you get both face-to-face meetings where people discuss things, but then you get broad representation in a very structured, systematic way from faculty throughout your system. Then you also collect from those faculty their syllabi and key assignments. We can do this now because we can have them submit them with PDF. Even as recently as 5 years ago, we were having trouble getting people to submit things via PDF, but they do it now. We then use external reviewers to review the content of the documents, and we then compare that with the statements that instructors said about what they're doing in their courses to what they're actually doing. And we get a validation that what they say they're doing is what they're actually doing, and sometimes we refine that. Then from that, we identify best practices so that we're calibrating the standards not to the average of college teaching, or heaven forbid, the worst of college teaching, because let's be candid here, the worst of it's not very good, and we know that. We calibrate it to the best of college teaching. And so that when we talk about preparing students to be ready for college, we have a very clear reference to say, we're comparing it to the best classes. Not the most difficult classes, but the best taught classes. That's what we want you to be ready to succeed in, is those classes. The process then involves validation reviews where the material gets looked at and critiqued by a variety of folks within your system and sometimes experts from outside of your system as well. The final products then are definitions with annotated course documents, and I'm going to have a bit more to say about that on the next slide. So if we go to slide 13. Oh, no, wait, I'll do that again. Slide 12, sorry. So college readiness standards and supporting documents can be used to serve as a model to demonstrate college readiness expectations, to create aligned courses across high school and college, distinguish better among higher ed levels. The K-12 system can use them to construct exams, and higher ed system can use them for placement purposes and as well. So on slide 13, your ideal set of products from this process then. A reasonable number of clearly worded content standards derived from entry-level courses. So you have a reference point, as opposed to just having a big kind of opinion party where a bunch of people get together. And I mean, I've been a professor for a while now, and I'm not sort of knocking my colleagues, but we do have a way of knowing when we're right, and hard to tell us otherwise. So using some empirical sources, I think, is worthwhile. Having some actual data and information about what's going on in your system is a pretty good additional supplement to people's opinions and points of view. You'll have a set of performance standards that define college level of content standards. So when you have a statement that talks about students understanding things about physics, about Newton's law, and so forth, it will state what level of performance is used to demonstrate that understanding. You'll have these key habits of mind that I've mentioned in areas like critical thinking and reasoning and interpretation, and they'll be tied to your content standards. They won't be floating on their own because they'll have performances associated with them. You'll have example college courses that'll be annotated. So it's very powerful to take the syllabus from an entry-level college course and share it with high school students. In Oregon, for example, we're on the quarter system. Our English courses may have students read 10 to 12 significant pieces of literature in one quarter in about 12 weeks. High school courses, then if you set the syllabus next to a high school course in which the students are reading 2 to 3 novels in that same period of time, it's clear to students that they're going to undergo a transformation. And it's really important for us to understand that right now the senior year is set up in a way that it very often sends absolutely the wrong message to high school students. They've met most of their requirements. They take a reduced schedule of courses. They may have no mathematics, although I know you're adding a fourth year of math, but up until very recently, they could go without mathematics in that senior year, take an easy English course, and believe that they should only be putting in, as Tom Lovelace found in a study for Brookings, less than an hour a day of homework. It's seniors. Now, they may be going to school 12, 15 hours a week in high school. They go to college, how many hours are they taking there? Well, 12 to 15 hours a week they're actually attending class. So the message in their mind they get is, hey, wait a minute, this is a whole lot like high school. This is not as hard as I thought. If you compound that with the fact that much of the content of entry-level college courses begins by repeating material taught in high school, the students then have gotten a double message. Well, I only have to go to class 10 to 12 hours a week, 15 hours a week, and this is material I already learned in high school. The problem is, by about the third or fourth week, it all changes. The pace accelerates. The materials taught around that type of reasoning and inference I mentioned, not just rote memorization. They get bad time management skills. They get bad study habits. They get the wrong expectations. And then a little thing called midterms comes along. And if you know how this works, that's when it's too late already. So if we can get examples of these college courses and get them into the high school and show students that this is what it's likely to be like. And if we can make sure that those college courses really are demanding, they need to be demanding. They can't be kind of a constant watering down toward these expectations for students. And then example assignments, very powerful. So slide 14, examples of second-generation approaches. I just wanted to point out that we have done these types of studies before. So what I'm suggesting to you with that 7-step method has been done largely for the College Board in a process that in which they're engaging to redesign advanced placement courses so that advanced placement reflects the best in college teaching. It's a very ambitious and I think exciting set of research studies that they're having us undertake. Final slide. Just to summarize, utilize meetings and online processes in sequence in a complementary fashion to involve more people, move the process more quickly, and deal with much more data. So you have both meetings and online processes. You develop means to make input matrices to make sure that you get input from everywhere in your system, geographically and all the levels, because you have such a complex mix of institutions. And then you triangulate and incorporate your data from a variety of sources to reflect current practice, not just people's opinion. So, in a nutshell, that is our best current thinking on how one goes about developing college readiness standards, and I'm certainly open to any questions you may have.
I have a question. In Texas, I think it's fairly clear that we're going to try to enable sustained conversations, discussions between public education and higher education through two primary vehicles, not exclusively, but primarily. The first is the local or the regional P16 Council. And we've already had several presentations at board meetings about effective P16 councils around the state. In fact, two primary ones from opposite sides of the state, one from El Paso and one from Houston. And as you know, P16 councils involve representatives from all sectors of education, business leaders, community leaders, oftentimes political leaders get involved. There was a summit in San Antonio last year that was convened by the mayor of the city to begin this conversation at the P16 level. That's one means of once again getting these conversations started on an ongoing basis. The second vehicle, which we are now we are just now getting underway, will be the vertical team model, in which you have faculty, and as I mentioned to you yesterday, we're doing it a little bit differently in Texas because around the country often vertical teams involve faculty from high schools talking to faculty from colleges and universities. Here in Texas, we want the conversations to occur throughout the pipeline. So we're going to establish vertical teams of faculty from colleges and universities, high schools, middle schools, and elementary schools to talk about aligning college readiness and these habits of mind all through the educational pipeline. So that's a long way of getting to my question. Based on your experience, how effective are these models, and are they sufficient to engage educators and others interested in educational achievement at the level of adequate and sustained discussion that is necessary to achieve our goals?
So when you say models, you mean the K-16 councils and the vertical teams?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Well, the K-16 councils or P-16 councils are, it depends what their focal point has been. A lot of them have been focused on teacher ed. And if they've been focused on sort of academic articulation, then they've got that history and that culture, and they're used to talking about those issues. If they've been talking about kind of local teacher ed programs, then you're going to have to switch gears with them completely. So it's a question, do you have to reculture those groups, or are they ready to go? And I have no idea. And the vertical team model is ambitious. I'll just be quite frank with you, not a lot of people have done it, have put them together with the post-secondary folks. I think your focus on the habits of mind, though, is a productive focus. If you start trying to get into content articulation over that entire sequence, it becomes problematic. International Baccalaureate has done something like that. They've got the primary year program, the middle year program, and then they've got the ID program. They're the only model I know of that kind of has done that, and so you might want to talk to IB about how that works and how they bring people together for discussion. What's really interesting is that if you're going to have these two processes running at the same time or in sequence, I'm not sure how you're thinking about it, but bringing those together and articulating your processes is going to be another interesting challenge. And I might add that with the P16 councils, if they're going to be your primary input model, be sure that you don't lose some very important possible sources of information from the instructors from entry-level courses themselves, because they may not be well represented on those P16 councils. I don't know who participates in the councils, but we found that it's crucial to have at the table folks who are instructors in entry-level courses. And a lot of institutions, they're not at the top of the hierarchy pyramid. You know, they're quite the opposite in some cases. So you have to kind of go out and solicit their involvement. And it could be that you simply do that as an adjunct to your P16 councils. Remember, my point is that if you use some online processes and then combine with meetings, you can kind of iterate back and forth between the two to collect a lot of sources of information. But I'd say with the P16 councils is understanding what their culture is and their previous missions and activities is going to be important to know how ready they're going to be for this task.
Dr. Conley, can you go back and you made a comment on the vertical teams? I don't know if you said it was going to be challenging or daunting or whatever. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Because that's a core pillar of what we're trying to do. I mean, that's the initial foundation of our work right now.
Well, keeping in mind that we've designed the U.S. educational system so that it is segmented. Right. Each segment's developed its own culture. It's developed its own language. And it's developed its own assumptions about learners and about its purpose. And, I mean, you don't want to I don't want to overgeneralize this, but, I mean, you can say that the elementary school folks focus on the kid, the middle school and the high schools focus on some combination of the kid and the content, and not to be too uncharitable to my colleagues in higher ed, but they tend to focus on the content. So at the very least, you've got some differing focal points. Now, that can be a good thing if you structure it correctly, but it could also be a challenge if people walk into the room with just fundamentally different views on the purpose of education. In our experience, we have run a project that was high school and college faculty coming together to design a common course that was a high school and a college course that was connected. So we had a very clear task for them to do. And what we found is once we established the credibility of each group, the college faculty learned a lot from the high school teachers about teaching and about assignments that would be great to use even in college classes. The high school faculty learned a lot from the college instructors about new and different ways to think about the content itself that they were teaching, because the high school teachers get cut off from professional development on content a lot of times. So when you can find these identified commonalities and ways that the participants can find some common ground, maybe learn a little bit from each other, focus on their shared values and beliefs, that's a good starting point. But that requires some fairly careful design work. In other words, you don't just want to put everybody in a room and say, hey, let's make some college readiness standards. It would be a bit of that's what I mean by being challenging.
You had another question, right?
One more question. Professor Conley, we members of this board, I know Commissioner Neely and I have had this conversation a number of times. There's a lot of skepticism around the state about our goal of attracting hundreds of thousands of new students to college. And of course, we don't simply want students to enroll, we want them to succeed, and that of course involves college preparation. Would you tell us, based on your research, is it a reasonable goal? Is it an achievable goal to say that within 10 years we want a 65, 70%, 80% of our high school graduates in Texas to be ready to succeed in college, to be ready, as you've defined it, to succeed in entry-level college courses? Is that a reasonable goal?
If we start with the sort of the assumption that the U.S. educational system educates more of the population to a higher level than any other educational system in history, we can reach one of two conclusions. We can either reach the conclusion that, number one, this is as much as we can possibly do, we've reached the apex right now, or number two, that this process that's occurred over the last better than 100 years, where more and more students are getting higher and higher levels of education, that process still has left potential to increase the number of students who reach high levels of education. And the evidence we might point to, first of all, is we have better than 30 years of pretty good research on the relationship between teacher expectations and student achievement. We can show that what teachers expect from students, and by extension what the system expects from students, relates to what they can do. We can look at the difference between high schools in the 1950s, where fewer than 50% graduated and fewer than a quarter went on to college, and compare them to high schools today, where our graduation rates should be pushing the 80% level in a lot of places, and where, as I said, over 2/3 of the students go on to college. And that's within basically a generation or so. And we've done that in some cases without even dramatically redesigning the system. We have to ask ourselves, what do we do if we really change the system? What do we do if we send clear messages between high school and college? What can we achieve and accomplish if we make the system much more user-friendly, so that students who say, I want to go to college, I want to put the energy into this, I want to achieve this goal, actually are assisted in doing that and are not sort of had it made more difficult for them to achieve it. I think it's really important that we understand that for that goal to occur, the students who are going to be affected are the ones who are in right now, the two middle percentiles, between 25th and 75th percentile, are the students who have to, initially at least, have the most attention paid to them. They drift through the system right now. They're not clearly challenged. They think they're ready for college, and they may not be. If we can start by saying, yes, that we know we can get this group of students college ready, and if we set our system up with that expectation, and if we challenge students, we know that they'll respond. We've seen numerous studies that students, high school students themselves say, I know I'm not being challenged. I know I could do more. I know my teachers are not asking that much of me. Now, they don't say, and I want a whole lot more homework. I mean, it's not. But the ironic thing is they feel worse about themselves when they know that the adults are not asking everything of them that they could give. So it's a very ironic kind of a tension. We can't wait for the students to come to us and say, please challenge us more. It's the responsibility of the adults to do it. And it's largely based on what we assume kids can do. And I just want to share a quick anecdote. I talked to you about this yesterday, but I just want to share it again. If you think back to the 1960s, and some of us can remember the 1960s, with some clarity. For others of us, it's a lost era. And you think about the expectations.
Of course, for people who know that you were at Berkeley in the 60s.
I wasn't.
I just made the comment to Fred. I went to UT. I found it particularly humorous.
I wasn't going to mention that.
At that time period.
But if we think about the expectations we had for women in sports, and my wife talks about a time when in basketball women were allowed to dribble the ball 3 times. They couldn't cross the half-court line. Why was that? It was because we assumed. It was the expectations we had for women that they were incapable of doing this. And if you move this forward into the 1990s, my oldest daughter played basketball at South Eugene High School on a championship level girls basketball team, and they were the scrappiest bunch. And this is a kid who ended up with 2 concussions from diving for balls on the floor, came in 4th in the state tournament. Tremendously proud of her. But she played basketball at the same level of intensity that the boys played. And what was the difference between 1960 and 1990? It was the expectation we had. And if you look at the number of girls who went on to play sports between 1960 and 1990, did we go from 30% to 80 or 90%? And the answer is yes, we did. And we didn't change the physiology of girls one bit to do that. I believe that we have the same issue going on academically. We have kids who want to be challenged. They want real accomplishments and achievements, and we can create a system that gives them that if they work hard, and then we can support them in doing that.
Dr. Conley, was the answer to Raymond's question yes, then?
It has to be.
Thank you.
It has to be.
Leah, you have a question?
No.
He answered it? Okay, Laurie, real quick.
Well, I'm wondering how hopeful can you be that the two structures can, in fact, come together with some sort of alignment. As you were speaking, I was thinking about, in Texas in particular, for the last 15-plus years, we've had an accountability system, and it's derived from a set of, it's a curriculum that drives what students can and must learn.
Right.
And there is a punishment and there's a reward set in with an accountability system, not just for the students, but also for the teachers and the schools. The colleges and universities do not have that.
Right.
And you used the word non-continuing for those that do not continue past. In K-12, it's called a dropout,
right.
and you're punished for it.
Right.
So looking at a state curriculum for, the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills that students should and must learn versus in a college or university, until or unless there's an accountability system that's similar to the K-12 system, and is there in fact a model for that, how realistic is it that there will in fact be this alignment?
That's a wonderful question. The short answer is that the more that you lash the systems up, the more the expectations and the policy vehicles and levers tend to be more congruent and consistent across the systems. Now, whether or not you need to use exactly the same model with colleges that you use with high schools, I think, is an open question. But you can find states around the nation that are looking more, particularly at the quality of the general education courses and the support students receive. So it's not always so much of a sanctioning process as it is accountability is defined as what does the institution do to ensure student success once the students are admitted. If we can get to the point where we admit students who we know are prepared to succeed, then we can hold the institutions more accountable for the students succeeding. The problem right now is we're admitting a lot of students who we admit right when we have them come to the campus that they're not ready to be there. We use developmental ed, we use a lot of other support mechanisms, but it's awfully hard to hold the institutions accountable. They would turn right around and say, well, if you're going to hold us accountable for success, we're not letting them in. So you have an access problem. So what we need to do really is improve the quality and preparation of the matriculant, so as a student comes to the campus, they're really ready to be there. If we know they're ready to be there, we can talk about having, for example, a requirement that all students in college complete a paper that's scored against the same standard statewide, and that the institution is judged to some degree on how well the students do on that paper. Other states, Virginia has something like that, for example. So these ideas are out there, but the emphasis, I think it's a different emphasis in college than, it won't be the same accountability system, and it will be a shared accountability between the institution and the student. But we can't get there without affecting access at this point.
Well, right, and part of the problem is that ideally K-12 you have to be there, but higher ed you don't have to be there.
Absolutely. That's a huge distinction, and it's one that sometimes even our students are not really. So many students go into college without thinking about it a lot, but they act as if it's high school. Well, I want to say on steroids, but not even that anymore. It's just that they don't get the idea that they have a different set of responsibilities to be an active and engaged learner when they get to college. So it's, once again, we've got, as we articulate the systems, then we can look at different ways to determine performance of the systems.
Elaine?
Professor, how important do you think it is, and you've mentioned it several times, you've clearly stated in your book several times, that we begin in the beginning, and that is to articulate that our high school system was set up in the 1920s, that over the 1950s it was then more of an admissions, you're prepared to be admitted and not necessarily to succeed, and we're sort of still in that model. And this relates to, I think, what Lori's pointing out, in that now today we're expecting our students to at least graduate from high school because it was important, but in this day and age we really need college level labor force, knowledge, skilled workers, etc. How important it is to get that message across. I mean, that seems to be the beginning of the discussions, to say what we're doing today was set up many years ago. Everything has changed about the world. Everything has changed about the economy. And we must admit now that we're going to have a transformational paradigm shift to begin breaking down these barriers, to begin expecting now what we expect out of high school students, and that is you can't drop out, to expect that out of college students, because it's a mental shift in our expectations as a society.
Yeah, and I think it starts with the policymakers. It starts with people like you. It starts with people running the institutions. Unfortunately, I was not able to address the provosts and presidents yesterday. Boston has a lot of traffic, I found out. That's unfortunate, because I think some of the key players in this are the university provosts and presidents, to understand that their relationship of their institution to high schools is going to be different. And right now, it's largely the universities and colleges believing, well, you folks down there in K-12, just if you could do your job better, we could do ours, and so could you please, stop inconveniencing us by, sending these poorly prepared students. And the real model in the future is to say that post-secondary faculty, for example, need to, as part of the service system that we have, to reward faculty for service, we have to say that service means one component of service for all post-secondary faculty is to do something with high school or K-12 system, something. It doesn't mean going to the high school physically. It may mean just providing some information on the internet to teachers. It may mean having some teachers come and work with you in the summer. It could be any number of possible ways to have some small effect or support for the K-12 system, that if college instructors understand that it's in their best interest, if they view high schools as suppliers, then it's in their best interest to have a much closer relationship with suppliers. If we want to use the business metaphor here, what have world-class corporations like Toyota learned? They've learned that their relationship with their suppliers is the most important relationship they have. So if we can get that culture into the colleges and universities, we'll begin to cope with some of this, what you're talking about, on a person-to-person level. It won't all be just a result of policy. But I have to say that the policy relationships are important too, and the systems are going to have to adopt and struggle with the autonomy issues that they have, and surrender some of that autonomy around shared purposes. And you're right, it's just a paradigm shift. It's very difficult.
Mr. Adams? I want to make a couple of comments. Dr. Connolly, you alluded to this culture of separation in terms of the American education system. To me, that is a major roadblock to this success. And I have said this several times, and you alluded to the policymakers. A year ago, we had very little discussion about this. And I think Dr. Neely sitting here today and Dr. Paredes, if it were not for their leadership, and particularly the policymakers on the Hill, to adopt House Bill 1, we wouldn't even be having this discussion today. I think, and the media, unfortunately, and the public focused on House Bill 1 in terms of the tax relief and tax restructure of the state, and they overlooked, in my opinion, the most profound long-term effect that we can have on education and opportunities for kids and citizens of this state, and that's this curriculum alignment issue. We wouldn't even have a discussion. I think we're very fortunate, Dr. Neely and Dr. Paredes, to have leadership, because I think that's where it starts. We're not going to break down walls and cultures unless it starts with leadership, and I commend Dr. Neely and Dr. Paredes for taking that leadership, but I think we've got to take it and do something with it. I commend you for being here and being with us and alluding to some of these things. We are in the process, and Dr. Paredes did not mention this, there's two of my colleagues sitting on this board. 3 of us have served on public boards of trustees in this state. I don't think we're here by happenstance. Lori and Nancy and I, all 3, we have started a dialogue with the leadership of this state. We've had 2 meetings, I think, in terms of the leadership, higher ed, the chancellors, the presidents, the Independent Colleges Association, the Community Colleges Association, Dr. Neely's staff, the Texas Association of School Administrators, which is all the school superintendents, and Texas Association of School Boards. Because I believe it's got to start at the leadership level and management level if we're going to move this culture away from separation. Far too often, in my opinion, higher ed is blamed public ed for producing students who aren't successful. Public ed is blamed higher ed for not producing teachers and quality administrators to do the job. And I think we're beginning to see in this state, and I think again it comes back to Dr. Neely and Dr. Paredes setting the stage, it becomes about partnership. This is all about all of us working together, K through 16. It's not about K through 12 and then something separated. So do you see that movement across the country, or is this unique in Texas?
Well, let me second all of your points. I think the leadership is incredibly important, and just to generalize this across the nation, the places that are doing these sorts of things have the key leaders understand the points that you just made. Not very many states are at the level where you are. Texas is clearly the leader in this area, particularly with HB1. I mean, you're moving way out ahead. We have some systems where there's a lot of the university system in Georgia has done a lot of work. Maryland has in the past done some work, although that's kind of been stop again, start again. The CSU system in California has worked with the state education department to come up with an assessment system, the early assessment program, where students can get information when they take the state test. The state of Washington, there's some discussions between OSPI, their Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction, and their post-secondary system. But in all the cases, none of them quite rise to the level of potential that you have here. They all have other politics and complications operating that I think slow them down.
Turf fights.
Pardon me?
Turf fights.
Turf fights is, just the beginning.
To me, that is a major barrier in terms of we're all proud of the turf we have and we want to protect it, as opposed to looking at the ultimate objective, what are we all trying to do together to get there? Yeah,
and sometimes it's just sort of organizational cultures, the difference between the higher ed department and the K-12 department. The people are different kinds of people, and there's a human dimension to this, there's an organizational dimension to this, there's a policy dimension, then there's an economic dimension you've talked about, and a systems dimension. So you end up with these multifaceted problems of coordinating your efforts across a variety of different dimensions of your system, getting people to get along, getting groups to get together, getting the processes to get the new policies in place, and getting everyone to understand what's happening. It's very complicated. I'd say the one thing that you have to think about is sustaining it over time. These efforts tend to start strong, and then it's like an airplane trying to get around a thunderstorm. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, you were in Kansas, and then you're in Louisiana. So you want to try to you don't want to go through the thunderstorm. I mean, that's not the best analogy, but you do want to try to, as they say, stay the course. You want to try to make sure that you can maintain your direction, and it's not totally dependent on an individual or a set of individuals, and that's very difficult to accomplish. The law will help you here. But I think that's why I say getting your provosts and your presidents on board on this, for a board like this, might be the most important next step you can take, is really working with them. Because their priorities, are with a legislative session and the budget just announced, their priorities could conceivably be elsewhere. You may want to make sure that this is understood to be a priority.
Okay. Mr. Adams, I would only add a couple of other names to that list of leadership, Chairman Morrison and Chair in the House and Chairman Shapiro in the Senate, that authored and carried this legislation. And, of course, this board has recognized them for that effort as well. Anybody else have any questions or comments of Dr. Conley? On behalf of the board, Doctor, we really appreciate you coming down. As you can tell by the quality of the questions and the interest at the board, this is something that is way up on our radar screen and we're struggling with. I think you've enlightened us a little bit here this morning, which we greatly appreciate. And I know you've got a very busy schedule. We thank you for taking the time to come down.
Thank you for having me.
Commissioner?
Yes, one last point to underscore some of the comments that have been made. We focus so much on college readiness as a K through 12 function, and there have been so many demands and so many pleas for K through 12 to change, smaller high schools, configuring learning differently, and so forth. We have to change dramatically in higher education as well. We have to create not only opportunities, we have to create incentives for faculty in particular in our colleges and universities to work with the K through 12 sector. Community colleges do a fairly decent job of that, but four-year institutions typically don't do very well in this arena at all. Research universities are particularly not sympathetic to the notion of having faculty work with the schools in a way that's often dismissed as service. We have to find ways to make sure that we create incentives for faculty to work with the K through 12 sector instead of penalizing them, as is often the case in research universities. We all know that typically promotion is based strictly on publishing, scholarship, and to some extent teaching. And we have to make sure that service, when it's done in schools, when it's done at a high level of intellectual attainment, has to be recognized and rewarded. If we don't change the way we acculturate our faculty to work with schools, we won't be successful. Because as soon as, for example, once we get these vertical teams underway, if the word gets out that somebody who was on a particular vertical team was a faculty member at University X and was not promoted, and that the reason that the faculty member was not promoted was that because the faculty member's colleagues and the administration felt that the faculty member wasn't attending sufficiently to publishing and was spending too much time working with the schools, that will kill the vertical teams very quickly. We need to find ways to promote cooperation, and I urge the presidents and the provosts and the other academic leaders in the audience today to go back to your campuses and struggle, and I know it is a struggle with this issue, but we have to change as much as the K-12 sector does.
Wayman, thank you for your comments. I know this is very dangerous, and I say this with a great deal of affection. We have Dr. Shirley Neely in the audience. Shirley, would you like to come up and make a comment about this? Well, no, I don't know if you heard what I said in the beginning. I said this is very dangerous, but I do have the gavel.
Just one comment.
Come up
here, Shirley.
Do you have a timer?
I do.
Yeah.
I've got a hammer, too. I mean, a gavel.
Thank you.
But I really have to capitalize on what Raymond just mentioned about incentives in higher ed, and that's not been a high-level discussion. It needs to be. We had that very discussion the other day, Commissioner Prez and I did, with governor's staff. And if you just read the clips yesterday from HIC, they awarded almost $15 million in incentives. Lauren Bricker was on the board when that was being talked about, and she won't take credit for it, but she had a lot to do with that. So it's so awesome that you have that knowledge and that experience right here on the coordinating board. It works. It works in the world of work, in the business world, and yet education has just turned a deaf ear on that, and it's working. And in fact, yesterday, Abe Saavedra, the superintendent of Houston, and his board president and some members were there to visit with me and my staff, and they were talking about the impact rewarding work well done in really difficult schools, and some of our schools that have a large percentage of economically disadvantaged children, but they're making significant gains. What a celebration that was. And some of those teachers received as much as $7,000 yesterday, and it couldn't come at a better time when stress levels are very high, because guess what's right around the corner? February tax for high schools, and of course for the rest of the schools. But I just think that it's time we look at that in higher ed and put that in, and we embrace that as boards, as professionals in this field, and I think it's one key to some success and some initiatives that are sitting out there waiting to happen, but it's got to be funded. Everything we're talking about can work, but it can't be an unfunded mandate. It has to have funding connected with it. But I just thank you for letting me be here for Dr. Conley. I'm so impressed. I've read the book. He's coming to work with my staff this afternoon, so this is just another example of how much Commissioner Prentice and I enjoy partnering and networking together. So thanks for letting me say hi, and it was short and sweet, Laurie. Yeah, thanks a lot. Great job today. Yeah.
Dr. Neely, thank you for being here this morning. We appreciate it. I would echo what Mr. Adams said earlier. I say this repeatedly. I don't need to say it anymore. I've been around here a long time, and this is the first time we've really ever had a discussion like this. I think it's very important and timely. We'd like to move on to our next item on the agenda. I'd like to call on Chairman Mr. Ryder up for a Committee on Participation and Success. And his entourage. Lois. Morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ryder, I'm sorry. I need to make an announcement that we forgot to give to the chair. Dr. Conley has graciously agreed. We have set him up in the Bluebonnet conference room upstairs. If any of you in the audience would like to have a conversation with him, ask questions, whatever, he is available to you until the noon hour, so feel free to go upstairs. It's on the 3rd floor in Bluebonnet. Thank you.
Thank you. The whole room may empty out after that presentation. So, the first item today is a committee chair's report. What I'd like to do is just give you a brief overview of some of the items that we covered in our last committee meeting back in December that will not be addressed in the context of today's agenda. We received several reports at our committee meeting, and some of those dealt with our ongoing activities of our P-16 field specialists. We received a report on the HB1 Outreach and Success Division budget, which we will not discuss today. We heard from the College for All Texans Foundation, and we prioritized those items that we have requested them to work with the coordinating board in soliciting funds for outside funding. And then we also talked about Perkins 4, and 2 key items which we talked about in this board was TopCat as well as the Web Tool project. And the 2 key things that we talked about in those 2 projects, as y'all remember, it was really the funding and how we are going to drive those projects to the people who are impacted, that being the students. And that is an ongoing conversation. We also learned, I think the day before, that Commissioner Paredes and Commissioner Neely had met with the executive committees of the Texas Association of Colleges of Teacher Education, as well as the Association of the Deans of the Liberal Arts and Sciences, to discuss specifically educator prep issues. The rest of the items are the items that we covered in our agenda, and we're going to cover those today. And the first of those is Agenda Item 5B, which is an update on House Bill 1. And what we have asked the staff to do for the board is to provide a report every meeting for the board to see the status of the work on HB1. Now, one thing you will notice that came out of our committee meeting is that as we went through this in our committee meeting, we said, what are the challenges and what are the impediments that are getting in the way of fulfilling HB1? We also asked, where are those areas where we're having time slippage? Because some of these times are statutory times that we've got to fulfill, and some of them just to make sure that we get the job done. So you'll notice there's a section in here that's called, I think we call it challenges, and the key is what are those challenges and how are we going to address them. And so that is a key ingredient that we want to focus on today, and I've asked Eddie Hyde to come up and make a presentation on the update.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, I'm just going to talk about 2 items on the update, because this is really your opportunity to ask questions about any of the items that are there. But the first item I wanted to bring up is on page 4 of this agenda item. It's at the bottom. It's on the P16 College Readiness and Success Strategic Action Plan. And as noted, that plan, which supports both the participation and success objectives of closing the gap and the Commissioner's priorities, was adopted by the statewide P16 Council in November. That's your next item, so I'm not going to talk about it a great deal now, but I did want to point out the first objective of that plan, because it directs TEA and coordinating board staff to define standards and expectations for college readiness. This objective is being addressed through Section 5.01 of the House Bill 1, which is on page 2. I wanted you to see the relationship between both the plan and the objectives or the items that we have in House Bill 1. This is the objective that we really have to get started on first before we can accomplish a lot of the other objectives that are included in the plan that you will have as your next item. In October, this board adopted the rules on the composition and duties of the vertical teams. In December, Dr. Barron sent a request to every institution of higher education for nominations for people to serve on those vertical teams. We received over 200 nominations. The 4 committee chairs and the other members of the committee are being selected, and we hope that we will be able to announce them next week. And when we complete that, we are hoping that our first meeting of the vertical teams that will be adopting the college readiness standards will be set for February 27th. So I wanted you to know that we are in the process of implementing the whole process and initiating the process of college readiness standards. And as a by the way, TEA staff and the coordinating board staff did have a session with Dr. Conley yesterday and are humbled by the work that is ahead of us over the next year.
Evie, please point out who will be on those teams. What's the makeup of the team?
I'm sorry. For the development of the college readiness standards, the composition of each of the vertical teams is composed of 60% higher education members and 40% public education members. After the college readiness standards are developed, that's only really the first responsibility of these vertical teams. They then have to start working on curriculum alignment, looking at closing curriculum gaps, a new gap we have to close, closing those curriculum gaps, coming up with professional development, looking at instructional strategies, and at that point, the composition of the teams will change and become 60% public education members and 40% higher education members. Now, that doesn't mean that anyone will be leaving the vertical teams, but the vertical teams themselves will be increased. The membership of them will be increased so that we can have additional members on those teams.
Eddie, would you comment, because especially since we've spent so much time on college readiness, I want the board to understand, originally it was contemplated that college readiness standards would be presented in January of this year. Correct? Glenda? Okay.
Correct.
And it's very important that we keep this board apprised of when we're expecting something to happen and what are the time lags. This has now been pushed out to October of 2007. And would you just, Glenda, would you comment on that?
I'd be happy to. We really were going to be very aggressive with this effort, and in being aggressive and excited about giving this opportunity, we failed to take into account how long it takes to get rules in place that are required before we could even begin to name the vertical teams. And our rulemaking process moves fairly quickly. Our sister agency has far more complications in getting rules in place. And so we were not able to get to the point that we thought we would be by the end of summer until this point that we're in right now. And it was just a miscalculation on our part in terms of the work that had to go on to get the structure in place for us to move forward. We knew we had people out there who would be interested in serving. We knew we had some resources to use for that. We knew that we could call on people like Dr. Conley to help us in the efforts. There are a lot of materials. And we overestimated, along with the TEA staff. We were working together, and we were so excited about this project that we failed to calculate some 60-day postings that had to go into place that failed to keep us on schedule.
And I think the good news is the vertical teams are in the process of being assembled now as we speak. So, and I'd encourage the board to ask any questions. To me, I don't think there's anything more important than what we're doing as HB1 right now. And there's a lot of, and I don't know, Abby and Glenda, if y'all are going to talk about any of these other sections within this HB1 update, are you?
We weren't planning on it unless there were questions that you had, and several of my colleagues are here who can answer any of the questions that you might want to go into.
How big is the vertical team? I know you're doing 60-40, but what's the real number?
They're going to start at 10 people per discipline. Remember that there are 4 of them, one for each of the foundation areas of the public school curriculum: mathematics, science, social studies, and language arts. The social science to the higher education.
With this may be addressed. Comment that Raymond made and Commissioner Neely. I have not heard of a more important task that probably has been undertaken here, but Raymond mentioned what incentive can we give to these teams. Commissioner Neely mentioned financial incentives, but once these teams are formed, it's going to be quite a task. I can see that it could be discouraging without some type of incentive.
Well, I think there's a lot of interest in the legislature regarding incentive funding, and I think that it makes sense to come up with some incentive measures that involve cooperation between public education and higher education. I think, for example, we could create incentive funding policies around improving graduation rates, about diminishing the need for developmental education. All of those things would involve more cooperation between higher education and public education. I think we could create incentives for establishing early college high schools, for expanding which is provided for, by the way, in House Bill 1, expanding dual credit courses offered by institutions of higher education. I think all of those are fruitful areas for consideration.
Elaine?
Just a couple of real quick questions. One of the things we heard again today was the critical nature of having general education faculty in higher ed involved. Will they be involved on this initial vertical team?
Absolutely. Everyone who is participating from higher education is teaching or has taught or is responsible for a share of entry-level courses.
And as well as teachers from K through 12 then?
Yes.
Okay. Secondly, how does what we're doing at a state level going to interact with the P16 councils that are already going on and some of the local efforts that are going on with respect to alignment?
I think that's basically a communication issue, and we are developing, as part of the House Bill 1, we are working on a marketing plan, really, on how we can make certain that both the public and the public education and higher education communities are kept informed and are involved in the loop of what's going on with the work.
Are you going to survey, so to speak, what is going on so that maybe it could feed up to what y'all are doing?
I would hope so. Okay. And that's the only answer I can give right now. I feel like I've been doing that because as we've been going through the nominations, we have discovered wonderful things that are taking place in the field, and I think we are going to be using what we've learned through that whole process.
Great. Thank you.
If you will remember that once the vertical teams, the statewide vertical teams, complete their task, the expectation is at the local level, the regional level, that vertical teams will be created that will be working with the local institutions of higher education and the school districts to bring those state developed guidelines.
How it's going down. There's things that are happening that probably should go up.
Yes.
That's all. Or not be overridden.
Absolutely.
Perhaps, or tweaked. Maybe better.
Is there an expectation that we'll have pilots going on doing this? I mean, in the communities that have P16 councils, many of the major areas do, I can see all this coming together. But there's a whole bunch of the state that I believe is not as progressive as some areas are. And, you know, they can replicate and everything, but I guess my concern is the buy-in, you know, what you just said, in the ideal world is going to happen, but in the basic world where teachers are trying to, the public ed's trying to accomplish what their spring looks like and their fall looks like, we all know their challenges. I just wondered if you're going to target areas.
You'll remember, Ms. Neal, that we have in statute, in House Bill 1, some very definite dates for when the State Board of Education has to move forward. Those dates are tied with textbook adoption and the review of the TEKS by subject area, as I understand it. Evie, help me, is it 2009 for English Language Arts?
Yes, I believe it is.
I've sort of lost the dates, and then there's a 2010
all the
subject area.
people here.
They may have gone upstairs. But there are some timelines that we have to adhere to, and it is our hope that we will have the standards developed, and that places that are ahead of the game, who are already moving in that direction, could move forward with some of the changes before they absolutely have to. I mean, that's the potential. But we do have some timelines that set, you know, we have to be ready in a subject area by a certain point that are in law.
Chairman? Yes. I want to follow what Nancy said. If you'll recall, when we had the P16 Council here from El Paso, much of what we're talking about in curriculum alignment, they were already and had been doing for quite some time. Dr. Neely and I talked about that, and she's already had some of her staff, I understand, has gone to El Paso and is in the process of looking at what they've been doing in terms of what they're ultimately going to be doing statewide and some of this stuff. So there's already some of that in place where some of the areas of the state have done some of that between higher ed and public ed. So I don't think there will be a reinventing the wheel in some areas, obviously. But I think Elaine's point in terms of being sure the leadership of this state is aware of what's going on is extremely important to keep the policymakers engaged, which comes back to Shirley's issue, and that's money. Money is going to be a very big factor in terms of this ultimately being successful. And I think if we're going to convince policymakers to put more money in it, whether it be an incentive, Commissioner Paredes, for professors to become part of these curriculum teams and be given the appropriate credit, it's going to take some financial resources to do that. Our accountability system, David, I think we're going to have to, in fact, Commissioner, I was talking about that, we need to take a hard look at that. I know when we developed that, there were a number of people on the Hill, including the governor's office, that wants to tie money to that. And I sense coming out of this session, my hope is that it's new money. But I think at some point in time, there are going to be not only some carrots out there for new money, but I think there's going to be some hammers in terms of accountability in higher ed if we're not producing and making good use of the resources we have. So we need to, I think, take a look at our accountability system. Can we instill some incentives into that, tied back to what we're talking about this morning?
Great point. Other comments, questions? Lori?
Yeah, I was going to say what Elaine said is really absolutely the focus, and that's the communication and the information going both ways, because what we have currently are a lot of wonderful things going on, but not everybody knows it, and we don't have a template. And until we get to that point, then we won't have a I don't want to say a uniform standard because it sounds like we're leveling down, but to be able to level up and have those standards across the state is critical. It was interesting to me, Dr. Conley hit on all of our hot buttons. I mean, he talked about, it was unbelievable. I mean, but he talked about the rigor of the senior year. He talked about developmental ed, and Commissioner, you always, use the example of the rigor and intensity and the higher order thinking skills of the curriculum, and that's exactly what he talked about when he used his niece as an example. That is exactly what it was. But the devil's in the details on this. I mean, and looking at the vertical teams, that's probably the most critical thing we can focus on. And everything else will fall in. But in looking at the challenges, and with that was really exactly what we needed to do, is look at it in the format of what are the impediments of getting us there. The challenges, I mean, how in the world can community colleges, for the most part, and four-year universities make sure that the THECB curriculum is in the dual credit and have high schools not want to opt out of taking dual credit because it's not really teaching what the test is going to be covering. And with end of course exams, should that factor in? How will dual credit work with that? I mean, there's so many complex issues, but everything goes back to the vertical teams.
One of the things, and I didn't mean to sound flip before when I said we're still working on it, but we really are, and I think one of the reasons why is because when you look at Dr. Conley's 7 points that both TEA and coordinating board staffs heard in more detail yesterday, we realized that what we had been thinking may need to have to be modified to make certain that we get two-way communication on the standards, on their implementation, on making certain everybody understands them. So this is a process where I think we're learning how to expand out our efforts there as well. So we're aware of it, I think. And we'll be coming back to you, believe me.
But yes, I was going to ask, one of the comments Dr. Conley made was you can't just throw a group of people in a room and say, okay, come up with some college readiness standards. So, curious, can you outline the process the vertical teams will go through between now and October to,
I'll do my
gather
best.
around the campfire and sing Kumbaya?
Kumbaya. I think that one of the things we're going to start with is showing them several of those models that Dr. Conley pointed out. In fact, we've sent them copies of those, and we've also sent them a copy of Dr. Conley's book, so we're planning on sending them copies of David Conley's book, so we can at least all start sort of a basic understanding of the implications of the process, of what's involved. We also, as we go through the people who have been nominated, we are trying to select people who have some history in working P16. Either people who have worked on some kind of curriculum articulation projects, so that they are aware of what the issues are in advance of coming and meeting. We also think that because there are some very, very good models out there, and when you look at these models and you place them side by side, you'll see they're not that different from one another. They may stress one thing over another, and we want to have that discussion with them. But we are, in fact, coming up with our first agenda, and we're trying very hard to define what the questions are that we want these committees to look at in advance, to consider and have in place before they actually start the process of really looking at what they want to select for the standards. But I have to tell you, I think that part of this is going to be us learning from these people. They have a lot of experience in working on P16 councils. And not necessarily the kinds of councils we've been talking about, but discipline-specific councils. So we are anticipating that they will help us guide the process and direct the process.
Mr. Chairman, can I follow up on that a minute? Most of these people, Fred, are used to developing curriculums. They do that. They update them every year. The question has been in the past, though, is the lack of alignment in those curriculums. It's not a matter of the ability to develop curriculums and upgrade those. It's a matter of direction of where those go. And I think that's where it's going to be real critical in terms of leadership and direction from both Dr. Neely and Dr. Paredes in terms of this, as this process moves forward, is that we're not recreating what we already have, but we're actually moving it to another level. Right. In terms of where it actually fits together. Mm-hmm. There is a connect, not a disconnect.
Ms. Mendoza?
Along those very lines, one of the things that Dr. Conley, points out, and I didn't want to go into the weeds because it's kind of like at a very fundamental level. I realize we have to walk or crawl before we walk, but he does talk about getting out of the departments with respect to high schools and the cross Algebra 1 being the basic for all the sciences, not just chemistry, physics, biology, but maybe melding them together in a more science curricula where you then have within the sciences applications within chemistry, biology, and physics, and how mathematics is the common success factor for all those. Will there be new thinking along those lines with respect to coming out of not just what is the physics curriculum, but what can we do to kind of shatter those walls and make it more robust to create the habits of mind that you'll eventually want to see? Are we going to be doing that kind of thing?
I guess the easy answer is I hope so. But I also have to say, I think we are looking at people. There's an incredible amount of expertise in the state. And when you look at the nominees that have come in from the various institutions, these are people who have already been thinking outside of rigid silos. And I think, again, we're being very, very careful in who we put on the team to make certain they're people who have exhibited in the past the kind of creativity and the kind of innovation that you're talking about.
Commissioner, you have a comment on that?
Yes, we're going through, I guess we're about 10-15% of the way through a revolution in pedagogy. Over the past 10 or 15 years, there's been an increasing shift from instruction to learning. There has been a good deal of research done in this country regarding why students in our educational system seem to have much weaker analytical skills than students in other parts of the world. For example, the work of James Stigler in this area is I think, critically important. There have been some studies released by the National Science Foundation and other groups. There was a group that just released its report yesterday that was in the Chronicle of Higher Education that calls for a complete overhaul in the way science and math are taught, and that there needs to be more integration among the sciences and between science and math. There was a study that came out last year regarding the reading and critical thinking skills of college graduates. It found that only 31% of college graduates could interpret a complex text, make sense out of it, talk about it. We are going to have to rethink in a very fundamental level the way we instruct and the way children and college students learn. And it is inconceivable to me that the vertical teams would engage their responsibilities without taking these issues into consideration. The vertical teams will have to take a look at issues as fundamental as, are teachers trained effectively to teach these habits of mind? Teachers are mostly prepared to teach content, and as Professor Conley's work demonstrates, and I can certainly say this as an English professor of 30 years, that habits of mind are every bit as important as content knowledge. What I wanted most in my students at UCLA was precisely what Professor Conley pointed to. I wanted students who could appreciate, who understood what irony was. I wanted students who could tell the difference between correlation and causation. I wanted students who could sustain an argument beyond 2 or 3 paragraphs. I'm not sure that we do a very good job of preparing teachers to impart those skills. And so a lot of what we do in these vertical teams is going to have a profound impact on the way we train teachers.
Gotcha. Dr. Phillips?
We may have already thought this through, but even though the vertical teams meetings, I'm sure we'll discuss a lot of incendiary topics and complex topics. Have we thought about making them transparent, these meetings, having them on tape or on the internet? I think if we can let the general public and particularly the education community see the process, we could avoid having a statewide opinion party after they put out their findings.
We have not, I haven't been involved in a conversation related to that, but we can certainly investigate it, and we have a number of ways that we could do that. Basically the way the board, if we want to do one way so people can hear what goes on, but we can also be sure that we are conducting some of the meetings in a way where there's two-way communication. We've had a number of opportunities to UT system, A&M system, the TETN, the public ed system. So there are opportunities to do that. We will explore it. Okay, I just haven't been a part of the discussion with TEA on whether or not we were doing that.
Thanks.
Other questions? Correct questions. One thing before we move on to the next agenda item, I just note there are several sections in HB1 which are addressed here, and we spend most of the time talking about the vertical teams. And that's obviously the foundational part of where we're starting, but there is work going on in these other areas. I mean, right now in the Education Research Centers, there's work going on there to get those 3 centers kicked off. There's work being done right now in the Texas Governor Schools. And so what we're hoping to do by next board meeting is to take this document and this next document we're going to discuss, and we're hoping to blend those two together, and also to have when I say deadlines, target dates for completion so that we can see where we have slippage, where we're staying on track, if we have slippage to address it, but to bring all of HB1 into one document. Because right now, in my mind, we've got it in 2 documents. We've got it in this document, and we've got it somewhat in, you look at Section 508, the College Readiness and Success Strategic Action Plan, well, there's 8 or 7 different objectives under that plan that are mutually inclusive, but they're also mutually exclusive. And so we're hoping to bring those together so we can monitor them.
Mr. Chairman, just so the board will know, we had a lot of discussions about this. I talked to the commissioner, yourself, and to Chairman Perryman a little earlier, and we are going to consolidate all of HB1 under your committee, Participation and Success. So hopefully we can manage that process a lot better, and we'll know where the responsibilities lie. So thank you very much for agreeing to do that.
And it will overlap with all the committees. The key is to coordinate it and then to make sure that we're communicating back out with those other constituencies. So that's great. This is not an action item. This was a report item today. Agenda item 5C I just talked about, and that is, this is an action item, and this is consideration of adopting the P-16 College Readiness Success and Strategic Action Plan. And there is a 2-page summary of that within the body of your agenda book. But what I'd like to do is, a lot of people have gone back and tried to discern how did the statewide P-16 Council originate and what was the purpose of it. And it really began back, I guess, Commissioner, back in 1998. I guess it's just a collaborative effort to bring people together to talk about college readiness, AP type initiatives. And then I guess in 2003 that was formalized by the Texas Legislature. And then 2005, by statute, the Texas Legislature named basically 4 members, or 4 bodies to be members of that organization, that being the TEA, that being the Higher Education Coordinating Board, that being the Texas Workforce Commission, and then also the Department of Assisted and Rehabilitative Services. So those are the 4 members that are on the P-16 Council. But what I'd like Evie to do as we consider the adoption of this plan today is to talk a little bit more about how that work gets done, Evie, because it's more than just 4 people who are doing the work. And the second thing is really, as you look through this document, in the back of this document, you will see a detailed work plan with timelines for completion, which are tentative timelines. This is the document we've asked to meld into the document we just reviewed, so that we have one consistent document to look at for HB1. So, Debbie?
By House Bill 1, the House Bill 1 requires that the statewide P16 Council adopt a college readiness and success strategic plan, or recommend a college readiness and success strategic plan for adoption by the coordinating board. You already know who the 4 members are, but I think it's important to know that there are also 4 committees of the P16 Council. And now when I talk about the P16 Council, it's going to be the statewide one. These committees are creating reports with recommendations on educator preparation.
Can you tell us what they are? Excuse me. The 4 committees. Can you say that?
Yes.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not giving you the official names, but educator preparation, developmental education, student academic success, and adult education. And there are over 100 representatives from both public and higher ed who work on these committees and are creating those reports and with the recommendations. They also help to shape the plan that you're being asked to adopt. Now, staff asked that at the November meeting that only the objectives of the report be adopted, not the action plans. And that was because we hadn't received all of the reports with the recommendations, and they obviously are going to change what some of the activities are. They will not change the objectives. But staff felt that it needed some flexibility to modify activities in order to make certain that any of those recommendations or reports could be included in. The P16 Council agreed with us, so you're being asked to adopt the objectives. But I want to point out the relationship between House Bill 1 and this plan. And if you look at page B4 in the Green Book, and this is on the working draft of the action items. If you look at Objective 7, which is coordinate college readiness success plan objectives with persistence and timely graduation, you'll notice that both of those action items are things that come directly from House Bill 1. One of them has to do with course redesign, the other has to do with developing student success projects that can support participation and success in closing the gaps. So while we were working on the objectives and the action plans that you see here, we were trying very hard to make certain, and I think we did a good job of making certain that all the items of House Bill 1 that we're responsible for, and I say responsible for both TEA and the coordinating board, are included in the action plan as well as in the objectives. But again, we are going to need some flexibility. We anticipate it. I've already talked about the fact that Objective 1 deals with the college readiness and success, development of the college readiness standards. The timelines for the others and the activities for the others are really dependent on how quickly Objective 1 gets passed. Because if you look at the other objectives, you're looking at exit level assessments, entry level requirements, you're looking at accountability systems, and we need to know what those college readiness standards are going to be before we can really move forward on those. But again, what you're being asked to adopt are just the objectives, not the action plan itself.
And I'd like to make clear, my understanding from our chair, our committee chair, is that what we will present to starting with the Participation and Success Committee and then to the board at each meeting forward would be a combination of the activity plan that you see here and the reports that we have been giving you for the last couple of meetings on how we're doing with House Bill 1. We'll do an integration with the timeline so that you'll have one source that will track those activities that are related to House Bill 1 or clearly House Bill 1 activities, so that we won't end up with 3 documents. And we will merge that with that plan called the Commissioner's Priorities that the PNS committee has been working from. So we'll make sure we get all of those in one document with timelines on it so that we can work from that.
And we will, I hope, also include under that merge plan the challenges we're facing.
Oh, excellent.
So we can confront those challenges at the front end and get those on the table and discuss those. Ms. Mill.
I just have one question. You mentioned the 4 committees. Help me understand what adult education is going to be doing.
Well, the whole idea of the college readiness standards are going to be impacting developmental ed. It's going to be impacting those adults who come back into the system. So that's going to be part of what we're looking at.
In addition to that version of adult ed, it also covers adult basic education. And students who go through the process and very often results in a GED and then admission to a community college. And so we are trying to be sure, as we are making changes, that we have a group who's looking at what kind of efforts need to take place for those students so they're not left behind, and what kind of changes might need to take place.
Thank you.
There's a larger issue that's embedded in Nancy's question, and we need leadership from the board on this issue. There's a lot of research that shows that we're not going to get nearly as far as we want in terms of educational achievement for young people unless we do a better job of educational achievement for adults. When you talk about children that come from poverty and come from families in which the parents don't read particularly well, don't have a lot of information about how to create a rich intellectual learning environment for their children, and I know this is, as I said, it's embedded in your question. It's hard to imagine how you can achieve the results you want without addressing that issue as well. And we need to have more conversations about that. Of course, that article was also implicit in that article in the New York Times that we sent around that we're going to talk about over the next couple of days in our retreat. But I understand the question, and it is, and Ms. Phillips has raised it as well. We have to look at this issue much more systematically in our P16 work. We've got to bring the parents in a more effective manner, and it may be that may mean that adult basic education has to be a critical tool in that.
Ms. Bricker?
In looking at this, I'm wondering if we could begin to put together some sort of material that would be available to the rest of the state as they begin to form their P16 councils. Because had we had this when we were forming ours, as we struggled over the goals and objectives, this would have crystallized and aligned our P16 councils with one another. So I'm wondering if we could begin to put this kind of information together to the leadership throughout the state so that this, combined with House Bill 1, begins to make sense to everyone, and we're all looking at it in the same way.
I think that's a great idea. It's almost a blueprint.
Well, it is. Wish we'd had it.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask Dr. Dykes to tell you where we are as staff in trying to address that.
You'll have to excuse my voice, but it's going. And it's not because I've been talking too much. But one of the things that our staff is working on right now is resurrecting a couple of websites, and one of them being Go Centers and how to establish the Go Centers and best practices and milestones, showcasing those. But specifically towards your question was P16, and we're putting together a website for P16 councils for the same issues so that we can showcase some best practices and some great models going on in Houston, El Paso, and some others. But our hope is that we have been approached with wanting recommendations on our P16 council is at this level right now. How can we enhance and enrich that so we can bring it up to a higher level? And we want to be able to help them do that. And then also another thing that we want to do is help those areas that don't have formulated P16, or maybe they're just, on the beginning edges of creating one. We want to give them the tools and the resources that they need, that these others that have been doing it for 15 years have learned. We want to embed that in the template, in the directions, and in some instructions and some formats and all to help them, and also make that networking connectivity throughout the state so that they feel comfortable in calling someone that has that knowledge and background. We're also looking at, per Commissioner Paredes' charge, is this fall to have a P16 summit, and we're in the process of developing that P16 summit, and it will also have some of those ideas and showcases and keynote speakers that will be able to come and spread that word of what they're doing, how to do it, and get that collaborative networking discussion going.
Chairman, follow up in terms of showcasing. As you recall, I mentioned we've had 2 task force meetings with the Task Force on Public Ed and Higher Ed, and that last task force we had the 2 P16 councils from El Paso and Houston present. That was a real eye-opener to some school superintendents and to some school board members. And as Lori and Nancy know, this is beginning Sunday here in Austin. There's a 4-day midwinter retreat or conference, which for the Texas Association of School Administrators sponsors at the convention center. There'll be probably 25,000 educators in town. The P16 Council from El Paso is going to make a special presentation to that group. And I think there will be eyes opened in terms of what's going on, and more importantly, the impact on kids. That, to me, what resonates out of that P16 Council and what they're doing, what Houston is doing, is beginning to make a difference. It has made a difference in El Paso in terms of this college-going mindset that we're talking about. And so I'm excited that they're going to have an opportunity to present. And when you talk about the summit, I'd be interested to know who's going to get invited to that summit, because I think that needs to be a combination of different groups. If we can get energized as to what the impact that a P16 Council can have locally, as it has been in El Paso and is in the process of happening, particularly in Houston, and get it out to educational leaders. The thing that I think that really was interesting in the comments I heard, particularly from school superintendents, is the phenomenal amount of money that El Paso's P16 Council has been able to generate through grants. It's going right back into the system, and we're all looking for ways and resources for funds. And that's had an impact not only just on the university out there and the community colleges, but the school districts in terms of resources they're being able to glean because of that. Because they have actual data. I think that's the critical thing. They've got a history of showing success. And I think that's what we're going to have to do with this summit that you're talking about, is educating people. We've got data that shows that if you do these kind of things, you can be successful.
Just to piggyback on, and then I'll ask for a motion for approval. I think Ms. Bricker's comment's a very pertinent comment, because there's conversations going on all over the state right now. I know in my part of the state there's conversations going on about P through 16, and there's groups. There's the private sector and the public sector coming together, the educational leaders, but they don't quite know the questions to ask. They don't know. It sounds great, us all having this effort to talk about this partnership, but where do we start? What are the issues? And that's why I think these objectives, really, if we can crystallize those, to share those with not just the ones that are up and running, but the ones where this conversation is going on, it'll help them to get that motion off the ground. So I think it's a great suggestion, Lori. I really do. So I'd love to see us. And it may be through the website, but it also could be through just additional resource item we can provide to them. So,
Mr. Chairman, one last thought about the agenda item itself. This may be a given, but is there any way, we spent a lot of time this morning, in fact, talking about high school and the transition between high school and college readiness, but is there any way to continue to emphasize the fact that we're really talking pre-K, and is inherent in all these objectives is P through 8 is it resounding that they're part of the process as well.
You're obviously talking about the whole pipeline issue that we
absolutely, because the first goal is when exiting high school, and I'm wondering, is there I mean, on the face we do say P16 councils, but we have to, in my estimation, continue to emphasize P through, and it's hard sometimes to just stop at to consider high school, or maybe 8th through 12 being what is key here, and I just throw that out as just a comment, maybe for consideration.
Any comments on that? I mean, I agree with that. I really think where that's going to be most impacted, Wayne, in my mind, is going to be through the P316 efforts, and I mean, and through our field specialists.
As we're putting information out across the state to leadership, as Lori has painted our picture here, I think it's very important that we don't forget the P.
Outline that. I think it's a great point.
P through 7.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman,
good point.
Tying in with that is, did we see these before?
No.
Pardon me?
This is final consideration. Have we seen these?
Well, I'll tell you when this was provided to us. This is the first time this has been provided to the board. If you remember back in our December meeting, we were presented with objectives, but then we asked for the body of this report, and this report was given to us subsequent to that meeting.
We didn't have a December meeting, so it must have been your committee.
Our December participation success meeting. This is the first time this has been presented to the entire board. It was, the P&S committee saw this at the back end of the meeting is when they saw it.
What consequences would there be in continuing to work on the language of this a little longer?
I'd ask the commissioner to go into that. I know that we have got to present a plan at some point to...
This version, the single-page document here, was adopted by the P16 Council at the statewide P16 Council at their November meeting.
So what are we
Commissioner,
adopting?
I believe it would be up to your group to decide whether you would want to make changes to that based on input from our board, and perhaps the same way would be for Commissioner Nealon and maybe TWC. I don't know.
I would be happy to accept the notion that what we have here is a template, and that if the board would like to modify or flesh this out or revise it in any way, that we could certainly do that.
I think in fairness to the board, since we were handed this morning, I've yet to read it. I've just been following some points. I think it's kind of awkward to vote finally on something that I haven't read. That's not my practice. I don't think it's any of our practices. So is it, like a planning document, it's alive and it changes. As long as we don't fundamentally change the objectives, but maybe enhance them or do some more actions or tweak the wording, would your statewide board be that upset?
No.
Because otherwise I'm not going to vote, because I really haven't read it.
Well, and also, I guess, the section of the legislature provides that if I remember right, Commissioner, is that this be adopted by basically the P through 16 council. Is that correct? I mean, the law provides that y'all will adopt it, but not so much the board. I mean, it's the P through 16 statewide council. Is that correct?
No, it directs the P16 council to develop it and recommend it to the coordinating board and the Commissioner of Education for adoption.
Okay, and is there any time considerations on that?
First reading? There is for future action in other sections. There's a section of the law, the Student Success Initiative, has certain, the bridging programs, excuse me, we have funding for, to develop these special projects for student success. And the legislation says that the projects must support the college readiness and success plan that's been adopted by the coordinating board. So without the adoption of the objectives, not the action plan, but of the objectives, we would really have a difficult time moving forward on the student success initiatives.
Mr. Chairman,
Abby, go back over it, because I hear people kind of struggling with this, and I'm struggling with it myself. I think the first question is, let's make sure we understand what we're really asking of, what we're being asked of in this situation. They've made council's made the recommendation to us. It's up to us to approve it or modify it if we want to modify it.
Well, and if you wanted to modify it, it would go back to the P16 Council, which has its next meeting, I believe, in May.
February 22nd.
I'm sorry, February. Just skip right over February. February for its review, and then it would come back to you all in April.
Okay.
And if it were adopted then, but at that time it would be extremely difficult to follow through on the...
But what we could do from a timing standpoint is we could, Mr. Chairman, send it back to your committee and work on some suggestions, Commissioner, if you're agreeable to doing that.
May I ask a question? Is it an issue with the objectives or the work plan? Because again, the work plan is not a part of what you're being asked to adopt.
To me, it's an issue that I've never seen before this morning. And I'm a little confused why we didn't get it. And it's forward thinking. We certainly get every other
We did get the one page, which is what they're
not this.
Well,
what they're actually asking us to adopt. They're not asking us to adopt this. Correct? And so we did see this. I mean, I read it before I got here, but we didn't see this till today. So if we approve this, we're not wed to all of this. Is that what you're saying, Ray?
I'm saying that no. That what we are asking you to approve is the one pager which you have looked at before. This is essentially an elaboration of this document. But no, this is not the document that you are being asked to approve.
So there's an opportunity to adapt.
I'm not going to put words in Elaine's mouth, but I think we all know, because we've all been around so long, that people are going to probably in the short run pay a whole lot more attention to a one-pager than they are reading this. And so if the board needs a little bit more time and we tweak it, and it sounds like we have time to do it, then we certainly ought to take that opportunity, it seems like to me, because this is what's going to get around. That's, whether it's on our website or anywhere else.
When is our next committee scheduled to meet, Linda?
I honestly can't remember.
I mean, I think we might.
George, what was it, 7th? March 7th.
Okay. We might have to meet a little earlier than that. Okay. I think that's a good suggestion, Bob, because I think, this is what we'll get past from. Say again, this is the reason we asked for the detailed plan is because this is what we initially saw, and that's when we got the detailed plan to look at it. So, I would recommend, in light of all the comments that have been made, that we would table this for today's meeting with the understanding, Glenda, that we would try to bring our committee back sooner than that March 7th day for a February meeting. If not anything else, to directly address any modifications. And what I would ask is that the board would give us the authority to approve that, so that it will not be a stumbling block for funding and those other issues.
That's what I was going to suggest.
So, and there might be an increased participation at that meeting from other members of the board.
And we would let everybody else
that have concerns about this, which are most of us, I think, would like to have.
Will the scope of the committee's authority extend not just to the wording of the 8 objectives, but to a more thorough examination of the action items? This work plan has got to be happening already. The first objective 3 has got a March 07 deadline.
Yeah, that's going to happen anyway, Fred, because that's the document we're talking about merging into a working document with what's going on in HB1, and that's supposed to be presented at our next full meeting to really go into the work plan and what's being done.
I mean, that's what I'm much more concerned with the action items to achieve the objectives than I am with the precise wordsmithing of the 8 objectives.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing I would say is these objectives, and we've seen these objectives a long time ago as board members. These objectives, if you remember, we had 3 documents. We had the commissioner's priorities, we had I can't remember all three of them, but these have been outlined under the Commissioner's priority back since the summer of '06. So these are not new to the board. Now, I don't say that critically, but these are things that we have seen before and are what I would call more of a broad policy umbrella look at the broad objectives, but not how we get there. And so I don't think those are just totally new to the board.
I think, though, that we've learned a lot since then, and it's been an intense period of time, and as the chairman says, these are going to have a life of their own. So I do think they need the fine-tooth comb.
Very fair.
You entertain a motion? Will you entertain a motion?
So
I move that we delegate the approval of these objectives and the ultimate work plan to your committee to ultimately approve on behalf of this board.
Second. There's a motion, second by Mr. Helfendales. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you.
Can I ask one quick question? Kind of out of order, but this report that's dated December doesn't look to be a draft. I mean, has this actually been submitted to the legislature as
Yes. It's been submitted from the P16 Council.
Just like the committee does.
Well, no, it says from TPA and Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. It doesn't say P16 Council. So.
Paul, in the back of it, it says working. I mean, this is a very slick document, no question about it. But in the very back of it, at the top, it says working draft.
Has it been submitted?
I mean, it doesn't say that in the front part. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that helps. But
could you briefly summarize one more time the legislative history that got us to this document? The objectives.
I'll let the Commissioner do that. It goes way back.
It still
goes back to the summer of last year. Really.
Well, it
actually goes beyond that.
Well, and there's a little bit of the history. Very briefly, when Commissioner Neely and I testified before the Senate Education Committee, and we were asked very explicitly by Senator Shapiro what our agenda was. And Commissioner Neely and I said our agenda was essentially to promote three goals. A college-going culture in every school in Texas, improving the rigor of the senior year in high school, and articulating high school exit standards with college readiness standards. And then she gave us a homework assignment. She said, I want you to flesh that out into a series of programmatic activities. And that, along with some other things that she was looking at, was converted into House Bill 1. So that's the short history is House Bill 1 is the genesis of this kind of activity.
Just wanted to comment, so many times when we get some things sent over to us from the legislature, it's forgotten by the next session. I don't think this is going to be one of those things. I mean, especially as long as Chairman Morrison and Chairman Shapiro are around. So I do believe that it's worth our time to make sure that we get this right. And like Lynn had mentioned earlier, since the very beginning of this, I think we have learned an awful lot. So as long as we're not tripping things up too terribly bad, it's probably worth the time. So just send it back to your committee, Whitney, and I'll make the final decision and recommendation.
Thank you. Agenda item 5F is the excellent showcase by the 2006 Star Award winners who were selected as ceremony and awarded their recognition on November 6th. And we're really delighted to have them here. We're going to ask them to kind of start their way up to the podium. You probably thought you never were going to get the opportunity to do that, but we're glad you're here. And we want to welcome Dr. Mary Kinsley from Austin Community College, Ms. Robin Wright from Stephen F. Austin University, Ms. Penny Mathis from Tarrant County, College District, Dr. James Beckvar from the University of Texas at El Paso, and Mr. Ryan, and I hope I say this right, Dolaboy from Yes Prep Public Schools. And we're going to ask each of them to give a 5-minute presentation, and then we'll have a little time for asking questions. And what I'd like to remind everybody is that these STAR Awards are given to people that demonstrate and come up with those best practices that hopefully we can share around the state. So we're delighted to welcome each of you here. And if you don't mind, I'm going to go to my seat and not stand up here for your presentation. Listen from there, okay? Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I'm Mary Hensley, Vice President at Austin Community College. So good morning, Chairman Shepard, and hello also to Dr. Paredes. Hello also to ladies and gentlemen of the board. May I especially give a kudo to Lynn Phillips, who resides in Bastrop and is one of our board member representatives. And I'd also like to give a special hello to the coordinating board staff with whom I have had the distinct pleasure of having the opportunity to work with you so often. And I certainly want to acknowledge your great work. Before I begin my remarks this morning, I would like to extend on behalf of the Austin Community College District Board of Trustees our sincere appreciation for the honor of receiving the STAR Awards. And also there are two people in this room that I would like for everyone in the audience to acknowledge, as well as the coordinating board. Because without their efforts, this program would never have gotten off the ground and would never have become the program that it is today. We are blessed at Austin Community College to have, I consider to be, the most outstanding community college president in the state of Texas. I call him my president, I call him my colleague, and I call him my sincere and most deeply valued friend. His name is Dr. Steve Kinslow. I hope you know him, but if you don't, may I please ask for the opportunity to have him stand and be recognized by this group.
The short answer to that is yes, we do know him, and he has been a very valuable partner of ours, and we have called on his expertise many times.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And there is a lady dressed in red about in the middle of the audience behind me to my right, and I'd like for her to stand as well. Her name is Dr. Luann Preston, and the program would not have been able to expand with the quality and rapidity with which it has increased in numbers without this wonderful, talented woman. Dr. Luann Preston, I'd like for her to be recognized as well. And now, if I may, I'm going to speak rather quickly, which I can oftentimes do. And I'd like to simply draw your attention to the PowerPoint. And I would like to give a heads up to the person who's working through the slides, please, that I will go very, very quickly. So if you'll just keep clicking, I'll stay with you. In light of, though, the fact that we've had the conversation this morning with Dr. Connolly, I thought it might be interesting for you to know a little bit about me and how I might relate specifically to the program. I am a longtime public educator. This month marks my 40th year in public education. I'm sure you're not calculating very quickly what my age might be. I certainly hope not. But I want you to know that I've walked the paths of K-16, specifically K-14, in that I have spent many, many, many years as a public school teacher, counselor, middle school principal, high school principal, director of secondary education, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, and Deputy Superintendent. I've also had the distinct pleasure of working at both McLennan Community College and Austin Community College. And so I've appreciated the conversations this morning and understand the issues very well that relate to K-16. And now, if you don't mind, let's move to the PowerPoint. Part of my role in serving as the Vice President for College Support Systems and ISD Relationships, and because I think it's due to some of my past experiences, I serve as a single point of contact to the 30 school districts in our 8-county service area. And some of the things that I try to do are to carry the messages back and forth between our respective entities, higher ed and K-12. And so some of the things that I have been speaking to them about in great depth in more recent years is the strategic plan of closing the gaps. And here's some bullet points that I talk to them about very carefully. I emphasize to them that more students must transfer from high school and move on into higher education. And I talk to them about the economic impact that will have should we fail to not move more students on. I also talk to them about the state's goal of increasing the the enrollment in higher ed by 630,000 students by the year 2015, and I tell them, and they often find this very surprising, that the gateway to higher education for most of the students will be through a community college or a two-year institution. And I also share with them that at ACC, we expect about 15,000 more students to come into our doorways within the next 8 years. And so we created a College Connection program that I'm going to begin very quickly to tell you about. The essence of the program is rather simple. We simply want to create an expectation that college is in everyone's future. And secondly, we want to increase the percentage of high school students who move directly from high school after May high school graduation and enter into college within the year following their May high school graduation. And Dr. Paredes is not aware of this, I'm sure. And I hope you will remember this, but I have quoted your words so often because you may recall that exactly 2 years ago this month, we launched the College Connection program in the Austin Independent School District. And we were fortunate enough to have Dr. Paredes speak at that press conference. And he didn't know this, but I listened to every word he said very carefully. And I captured something that he said that I have literally taken to all of our 30 school districts. So they know you by sight because I also share your picture, Dr. Paredes, as I also share your quote. And I'd like to take the time to read that out loud. And so I'd like to share your remarks with everyone. You said that morning that attaining advanced levels of education for disadvantaged students cannot be done without developing a college-going culture in every middle school and high school in the state of Texas. And then, touching on the excellence and the connection to the College Connection program, you said, and then suddenly, going to college changes from being a possibility to an expectation. And so why did we create the College Connection program? I would like for you to read this slide. I am not going to read it out loud. And the reason why is because it hurts my heart when I hear these words. But if you will look at them, these are some of the reasons I hear, and I suspect perhaps you have heard as well, of why students do not move on to higher ed. Those excuses and those reasons apparently have been taking hold as I share with you the next 3 slides. And if you will just hold on this slide for just a moment, I'm going to explain to you and show you some of the data that I share with our superintendents in our service area. In the first column on this slide, you will see our school districts listed in alphabetical order. This is just the first slide, and it goes on for 2 more slides. But in order to show you how to read this slide, with which you may be familiar with some of this data, but I can assure you that the school district superintendents and their boards of trustees are not. I would like to show you how to read this information. And so I will do with you, as I often do with them, by just using the example of the first line. And I will use Austin ISD as the example. If you will follow going across the first line of this table, you will see that in the May 2005 graduating class, which is our most recent data, there were 3,732 seniors in the senior class of Austin ISD. Of those 3,732 seniors, how many transitioned to a 4-year institution in the state of Texas? The answer is 1,040 for 28% of the senior class. Now again, of those 3,732 seniors, how many transitioned to a 2-year institution in the state of Texas? And the answer is 687 for 18% of the senior class. And now, here's what captures their attention. Look at the last column. Of the 3,732 seniors, how many did not transition to higher education in the state of Texas in the fall semester following their May high school graduation? 2,005 for 54% of the senior class. And now I'm going to ask the lady who's doing the slides for me to slowly just let you move through those 3 slides and look at the last column that is highlighted in yellow. Look at those percentages and note how many of them are hovering at 50% or higher, the students not moving on into higher education in the state of Texas. Now I'm careful to point out to superintendents and boards that this does not capture data of students who may have gone out of state or perhaps gone to proprietary schools such as a private business college. But the data nevertheless give us a good indicator of what is happening in our service area. So would you please continue to the second slide now, listing the school districts from the one before. Sorry, keep going back to the yellow area there, right there, and you'll see the remainder of our school districts. And if you'll just look at the bottom line caption in red, you'll see that in our area we had 12,907 seniors in May 2005, and 50% of them, about 6,400, did not go on to higher ed in the state of Texas. Now, if that is happening within our 8-county service area, I suspect that similar kinds of actions are occurring around the state. And so now if you'll go to the next slide, please. I'd like to tell you just briefly about how the College Connection program works. First of all, we make two assumptions. One is that for most of these individuals who are not transferring over into higher education, they find the process of enrollment and going through the application and trying to get into college a difficult process. And so we simply try to remove every barrier, every one of those reasons that you saw on the earlier slide for not moving on to higher ed, and we just simply erase them and take every one of those barriers off the table so that they now have no reason for failing to come to higher ed. And so what we do with the program is that we simply take the services that we offer on our campus and reposition them directly onto the high school campuses. And we provide one-on-one support with each high school senior in our service area and helping them complete the application process. And then we celebrate at the end of the year with every high school graduation as each senior walks the stage to receive their high school diploma. They also receive a letter of acceptance to Austin Community College District, and the letter is signed by their school superintendent as well as Dr. Kinslow, our president. These are some of the activities that we do when we're out on the campuses. You can see the ones that are required. We have some that are recommended and some that are optional. And I must say that all of the schools that we currently work with do both the required and the recommended activities. And we customize many of these activities for each specific high school. In order to accomplish this, we have a very organized way of what might seem to be a chaotic process, and it actually is very simple. We meet with the high schools for an hour each summer, and we set the dates for the times that we will be out on their campuses, and we set the locations for the activities, and we name a contact person from the school district and from ACC to coordinate to make sure that each activity is achieved successfully. And we have some unique benefits from this program that I think are unlike any other college program that's currently in operation. And that is, we are flagging any College Connection student in our DataTel system. And so their application is never discarded. So if they choose to go to a four-year institution, to go out of state, perhaps not go to college, to come to us eventually in the summertime, or perhaps they go off into the military, or they decide not to go to college, to get married, to have children, and come back to ACC later in life. They have already been accepted to Austin Community College District because they went through the College Connection program. And so we want them to know that they always have a permanent college home at Austin Community College. And we also do a lot of data tracking longitudinally, which I won't go into too much, but I'm going to touch on it just very briefly as I can make my concluding remarks this morning. This is the growth of the College Connection program. It began 3.5 years ago, and these are the school districts that are participating. You can see very quickly that we moved from 3.5 years ago working with one school district to now 22. We began working in the first year with 2 high schools. We are currently this year serving 48 high schools. We moved from the first year of working with 400 high school seniors. This year, as I speak, we are working directly with 12,000 plus high school seniors in our 8-county service area. Our future goal is to immediately, as soon as we can, to serve all 30 school districts with the program. Here are briefly some program results. We're particularly proud to represent the diversity that is seen on this slide, with particularly bullets number 2 and number 3. For those students who enter into ACC having gone through the program, we are especially proud to note that 55% of the students who ultimately enter into ACC having gone through the program represent diversity. This is a much higher percentage than our current general population, which is now 41% at Austin Community College District. This slide represents some of the data I previously have shown you, but I just would like for you to note the yellowed items in the last column, which simply show the growth that we are seeing in moving students through the College Connection program and having them enter into somewhere in post-secondary education in the state of Texas. The next slide shows you the growth that we have received directly from those school districts by students entering directly into Austin Community College District. And look at those percentages. They are literally astounding. And the next slide, please. And so just to summarize a few results, we have had very positive effects of this program on our fall enrollments. Well, from 2004 to 2006, within the last 2 years, in the first year, from the high schools that participated in the program, we saw an immediate increase of 37.6% increase in coming to Austin Community College, and over a 2-year period, a 59% increase from those high schools. We had some unexpected results. Because of the fact that we were out there on the high school campuses, we had increases in enrollment in our dual credit program, and you see those beautiful statistics of growth there from 25% in year 1 to 45% over a 2-year period. And equally astounding results with our tech prep program, a 714% increase in the numbers that you see there in the last couple of years. We have taken the success of this program and we are trying to replicate it within other areas of the college. There are more than are mentioned on the slide, but two that we are particularly proud of. We are taking the College Connection program and modifying it to work with our adult population so that we can move them from adult basic education to the GED and then into college courses. And we also are making significant efforts to develop scholarships primarily led by our ACC board and foundation, but completely supported by our complete faculty and staff to provide scholarships for the students who do come to us through the College Connection program. Our program has captured the attention of many, as noted by the national, regional, and local newspapers that have written articles about the program. And continuing on with the next slide, we are immensely grateful to have been recognized with the Star Award in November. We were a semi-finalist for Excellencia in Education Award, which was announced from Washington, D.C. in October. And most recently, we have been named one of the 10 finalists in the United States for the Bellwether Award. And we will be going this weekend to Florida to see if we can perhaps be chosen as the one finalist on next Tuesday. Continuing very briefly on, word of mouth passed not only from the superintendents who asked for the program, but word of mouth apparently passes among community college presidents as well. And these are the community colleges who have already implemented the program. The one that began at first was Del Mar Community College. Most recently, Alamo Community College District is beginning the program this semester. And other community colleges you will see on the next slide have also expressed recent interest.
Let me interrupt you there. Dr. Barron and Dr. Gardner, I don't see him somewhere, but when we started the Star Wars, this is the very reason we started this, is to share best practices. And it's exciting to me to see 5 other community colleges picking up this best practices and providing opportunities for kids. I want to commend you for that. But that's what we were all about.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adams. And they, too, I know, would love to be here today, and I have shared with them that we are sharing with you that they have begun the program, and they equally are receiving the same kinds of positive results that we are. So we're hoping that more community colleges in the state of Texas will implement this program. And I also want you to know that the word of mouth is going beyond the borders of Texas, because we are having many inquiries beyond the perimeters of our geographic area to take the program through other community colleges across the United States. And then quickly moving on, if I might, we've captured the attention of the business community, and they also now, most recently, have come forward with funds to expand the rapid expansion of the program and also to provide scholarship assistance to our College Connection students. And most recently, we were so pleased to announce that we have acquired the Mobile Go Center, which allows us not only to take the services more easily and directly to within our 8-county service area, but to also use it for other venues as well. And we give credit for the funding of this Mobile Go Center to the organizations that are listed on the top of this slide. And moving along to conclusion, then I would just like to say that we have a website that has much more information, and it's listed for you on this slide. The following PowerPoint slide gives you just a quick view of the front page of this with many links to other information for all of you that might be interested. It's been my pleasure to visit with you this morning. This is my demographic information on the slide, and we've also put a link of this presentation onto the web for any others that might be interested in having it. On behalf of Dr. Kinslow, on behalf of the Austin Community College District Board of Trustees, on behalf of Dr. Luann Preston, on behalf of the proud faculty and staff of our college, I thank you so much for being the recipient of this award.
Thank you, Dr. Kinslow. Ms. Wright?
That's a difficult act to follow. Really impressive. And since we were told we had 10 minutes when we were asked to send the PowerPoint, and then last week told to cut it to 5 minutes, I'm going to say ditto to all her thank yous and start the PowerPoint. Thank you so much for letting us, from deep East Texas, be here to share the Academic Assistance and Resource Center with you. The Academic Assistance and Resource Center, which I will refer to from now on, as you can tell I need to, as the ARC, has 4 tutoring programs: writing, mathematics, supplemental instruction, and content studies. And just for last fall alone, 2006, we saw 23,000 students. I mean, not students, but visits. Out of the 10,000 undergraduates that we have, we had 23,000 tutoring visits. And when I started 8 years ago, and today is actually my 8th anniversary at SFA, we were doing, for the entire academic year, 20,000 visits. So we're really proud of the growth that we've seen. The reason for this is that we have, since 2001, had all 4 tutor training programs, and they are 4 separate programs, certified at the highest level, the master level, by CRLA, which is the College Reading and Learning Association, and we are one of only 2 colleges in the country that have that honor. Our tutors are trained. We hire tutors that are good in their subject. They know their subject. They come highly recommended by faculty. So we train them in pedagogy and in learning strategies and multiple intelligences and all those kind of things. And it works when they work with students. It's one student working with another student. Students who come to the ARC do significantly better and are retained at higher rates. All of the freshmen, those are the 3-year retention rates that we have so far. We started in 1999, following all freshmen who come to the ARC and those who don't, and those are the differences in the retention. SFA has made increases in retention, and the ARC students who come to us during the first semester have made even greater strides. Even more significant, I think, is that those who are retained have higher grade point averages. And in the Closing the Gaps, these 2 graphs show briefly the minority freshmen from 1999 through 2003 after 3 years, and the developmental freshmen, the students who are enrolled at least in at least one developmental course who come to us during their first semester there. We saw in the fall of 2006, 53% of our college freshmen came to the ARC for tutoring, so we're talking a large number of our freshmen. We have now 6-year graduation rates for freshmen, and the students who came to the ARC do significantly better. As you can see, the 1990 freshmen, 48% graduated in 6 years, as opposed to 33% of the students who did not come to the ARC as freshmen. The graduation rates for minorities and for students in developmental courses, the differences are even more significant. If you notice the 4-year graduation rates, for instance, for developmental students, and I put their SAT scores in there, so you'll see that they actually have lower SAT scores, but they graduate at much higher rates. 50% of the developmental students have graduated in 6 years if they came to the ARC, as opposed to 27% who didn't. One of the main reasons for this is that we are the only learning center in the country certified at the advanced level. We achieved that in 2004 from the National Association for Developmental Education,
And we recently, last fall, achieved the distinguished level, and no other learning center in the country has either of those. There are several at the general level, the lowest level, but we've worked hard to do the assessments and to put in the best practices, and we've proven it. And so we follow national guidelines for standards and best practices and keep a good record of it. So now we are the only country with distinguished NAID certification. I'm not going to read this to you. Basically, I'm saying that it's not easy to get because you have to prove. and I think you know this because the reason I got involved with NAID is because several years ago, this board recommended that developmental coursework be certified by NAID, and I thought, well, since NAID certifies, learning centers will be next. So I decided to go for it, and then I was called and asked to serve on the board, the the NAID certification board, which helped. I did that for 3 years and was their webmaster for 5 years. So I knew exactly what I needed to do, and we had already started it. We started it in 1999. So we have worked hard to be an example for the rest of the country, and I've been asked many times to talk at national conferences about what we do and how we got there. The 4 keys to having a successful learning center. The first one is professional involvement for professional staff. It's been very helpful for me to serve on committees. I'm also a reviewer for CRLA certification and have been since 2001. But the institution needs to support professional development for learning center staff, and often it'll be there for faculty. It's not often there for learning center staff. Many learning centers are relegated to the basement somewhere, and as my daddy would say, I'm from East Tennessee, they're treated like a redheaded stepchild. and that's a problem because we've actually gone to conferences and we've given them the program that we run to run our assessments on a CD and told them how to do it, and they don't get the support from the entire institution that they need to do what they need to do to come up to the national standards. They really do. You have to have valid, ongoing statistical assessments, and to do that, you have to have administrative support in many ways. I didn't take the time to introduce them, but behind me somewhere in this room is our president, Dr. Baker Patillo, and our provost, Dr. Marlon Young. They're somewhere.
They are.
There's Marlon. And they're always behind me, whether it's literally or metaphorically, and I know that. And it's been that way since I got there in 1999. When I interviewed for the job, one thing, I report to the library director. We're on the first floor of the library, and he promised institutional support. He said, you will have administrative support, and I have had it. Through 3 presidents and 3 provosts, I have had institutional support and administrative support. And I put Sandy's picture up there because she has been such a goddess of numbers. She is the one who, for many years, worked in information technology services, which was is the office that gives us the raw data that we need to do our assessments. And we have asked for everything about our freshmen, including which orientation session they attended, because we use that to monitor for motivation, because Vincent Chinto and Hunter Boylan and other people have said that that's the best indicator of motivation. So we do paired T-tests. We pick out students who are the same gender, same SAT score, same percentile in high school, and we pair them up, students who come to us and students who don't. We add which orientation session they come to try to factor for motivation. And we do numerous assessments, and Sandy always very calmly said, okay, I can do that. I'll get that information to you, the raw numbers. So we have always had that kind of support. Our online registration system was created by the director of Library Information Network Center, Link. So people across campus have been willing to help us. We use the assessments not just to show, hey, we're doing a good job, look, this works, but to evaluate ourselves. The individual program assessments have to be used for constant improvement and constant self-reflective improvement, and that's what we do. We also have a lot of fun. We try to make it a really fun learning environment. We have a Halloween costume contest every year, and the students tutor in costume. And it works. We have proof that we increase retention, better grades, greater graduation rates, and so forth. And we're really proud of the ARC and what we do there. And I want to thank you all, and thank you so much for the Star Award. It's been a great honor.
Well, thank you. Next, we have Ms. Penny Mathis from Tarrant County.
Thank you. My name is Penny Mathis. I'm a counselor at Tarrant County College. I'd just like to introduce briefly my chancellor, Dr. Leonardo de Garza, who's with me today, and my president, Dr. Judith Carrier from South Florida. Let me just walk you through the Sure Start program very briefly. Sure Start was implemented to reach out to first time in college underprepared students. Sure Start is easily replicated with no additional cost to the state, the college, and more importantly, the taxpayer. Sure Start targets students who need remedial reading. The counselors work very closely with the faculty and student support services for student success. And let me give you an example. The first week of Sure Start, during their speech classes, we give them a reception. We bring them into the ballroom. We give them breakfast. We make everything very positive. We talk about a learning community, what that is, what that means to them. We bring in a former Sure Start student to talk about how Sure Start helped them. They meet all their faculty. We have the administrator come in and welcome them. We play a really fun communication game. We give prizes. So everything is very, very positive their first week. The next week, one of our counselors will go in and do a seminar on time management. She will also give them all an individual daily planner and have them write down their schedules and also give them some important dates. We'll have someone from the writing lab come in, maybe just for 5 minutes into the classroom, and talk about where they're located and how they can help them write their papers. We'll have someone from financial aid come in and talk about how to fill out the FAFSA and what kinds of grants and scholarships are available to them. We'll have a librarian come in, again, maybe just for 5 minutes, to talk about some of the resources that the library offers. We'll have an advisor or counselor go in to their classroom with someone from career services and talk about certificate programs and technical degrees and what kinds of money they can make with these technical degrees and certificates. And that these Career Center young man will do a PowerPoint on how to dress for success, how to write a resume, how interviewing techniques, and then tell them where they're located in their services. These are available to all of our students at Tarrant County College, but we just make it more personal for our Sure Start students. All first-time in college students must see a counselor or advisor after they do their assessment testing. And if the counselor advisor sees that they did not pass reading and one other portion of the assessment, reading and writing or reading and math or all three, and they seem like a motivated, interested student and need a full-time student, then they talk about the Sure Start program. The student then voluntarily goes down and registers themselves for the Sure Start classes. We have a block schedule, classes right after each other. Again, that's easily replicated. The first semester, they take Reading 1, Fundamentals of Speech, Human Relations, and then most of them need a fourth class, and we strongly recommend that they do math because we tell them that if they do not start their math early, the studies have shown that they are not going to be successful. The second semester, they do Reading 2, or if they're TSI complete in reading, then we recommend a government or a history class. They do Contemporary Social Problems, Introduction to Computer Applications, and then as their fourth class, we suggest that they continue their math. We also feel that it is very important for the retention purposes to have the 2-semester program. Sure Start upholds the mission and goals of the Texas Success Initiative. My assistant and I meet with the Sure Start faculty at least 3 times a semester. We go over student concerns, student progress, any other problems, issues, and we do lots of emailing back and forth. Then my assistant and I, Rosemary, go into the classrooms, the Sure Start classrooms, very often, 3, 4, 5, 6 times a semester, maybe just for 5 minutes. We're the ones that keep them on track. We say, have you got your degree plans done? Have you done your career assessments? Are you doing your extra credit? Here's your spring schedules. Here's when you need to sign up. You're all doing so well. Of course, we have to add most of them. And we really do try to keep them on track. We do try to collaborate our curriculum as much as possible between the courses, and we integrate it. This semester, our contemporary social problems teacher and reading teacher are doing a lot of ambitious collaborative curriculum. We're very excited about that. We're also going to be studying some global issues and bringing those global issues into this contemporary social problems class and working on a community project that could be taken to our community. Sure Start's value, a sure start their first year in college. One thing that was important to us is that we wanted to make sure they got at least 13 credit hours, and with a 3.5 grade point average, they can be inducted into our summer Phi Theta Kappa International Honor Society, and we have had a number of our Sure Start students that do go through that summer induction. And of course, the greatest one probably is that there again is no additional cost to the state, the college, or the taxpayer for this program. In conclusion, I'd just like to read just a couple little lines here. After we won our very prestigious award, thank you so much, we were so excited, we had a reporter from the Star-Telegram come out and go into our Sure Start classroom and talk to our students and our faculty. And I could not be with her that day. I was in a meeting, so I was extremely nervous to see what she was going to write. But she talked, one of the young women, she quotes, Chandrell is from Louisiana, and she and her father moved to Arlington. She's one of 9 children. They moved to Arlington this summer. Our students had only been together 10 weeks when our reporter went into the classroom. And Chandrell says, all of us know each other. She said that she and other students form study groups, help one another with homework, and call students that are slacking or skipping classes to motivate them. It gives you confidence and hope for tomorrow. My reading comprehension is kind of raggedy, Clark said. And when her father died unexpectedly this year, she turned to her teachers and friends and Sure Start for support. Basically, every trial and tribulation we go through together, she said. It is the social bonding between the students and the students and the faculty, the students and the counselors and advisors that make this program so successful and give these students a good start, a sure start their first year of college. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Dr. James Beckfar from the University of Texas El Paso.
Thank you. I'm quite excited to be here today to talk to you about the Peer Leader Program in General Chemistry. I thank you very much for this opportunity. Next. This program integrates a well-established curricular intervention called Peer-Led Team Learning. More information is available at their website, pltl.org, within an exportable strategy that I call 2+2 workshop that we have developed at UTEP. I'm going to start with showing some of the results for the success of students taking general chemistry first semester over the past dozen years. And you can see that something dramatic happened following the introduction of the 2+2 workshop program in the fall semester of 2000. The 21% improvement over the historical baseline average for the passing rate in this course represents about 150 additional students going on into their STEM majors at UTEP. Because of the demographics of the institution, 100 of those students approximately every year are Hispanic. Now, this is a gatekeeper course. No student enters a degree program in a science discipline, an engineering discipline, or mathematics at UTEP without passing this course with a grade of A or B or C. Over the same time period, there's been a dramatic increase in the number of chemistry majors. Now, it's impossible to ascribe this increase solely to the introduction of peer-led team learning and the 2+2 workshop, but those are the data. The workshop, the 2+2 workshop, replaces 1 hour of lecture each week with another rich learning experience, peer-led workshop. The format of the course has changed from the 3 lectures a week for this 3 credit hour course to another strategy in which we give up 1 hour of lecture that makes room for this other learning experience called workshop. So the origin of the name 2+2 is 2 hours of lecture plus 2 hours of workshop. These workshops are small group, team-based learning opportunities overseen by a peer leader in order to accommodate the enrollment in the general chemistry course, and there are 2 lecture sequences each semester, a Monday, Wednesday, and a Tuesday, Thursday sequence. In order to accommodate all the students enrolled, we have 26 workshops in 13 2-hour periods of time. In order to take general chemistry first semester, a student must enroll in 1 lecture section and in 1 workshop section. This requirement means that every student enrolled in first semester general chemistry is impacted by this strategy. Now, who are the peer leaders? The peer leaders are not all chemistry majors. This is a chemistry course, but only about half of the peer leaders to date have been chemistry majors. The others have majored in biology, microbiology, psychology, mathematics, physics, and engineering. Also, occasionally, peer leaders are peer leaders for first semester general chemistry at the same time that they are enrolled in taking second semester general chemistry. I've had quite good success with that. Okay, what do the peer leaders do? They promote active learning. They use cooperative, collaborative, team-based learning in small groups. The workshop size is about 12 students per workshop, and it's overseen by a peer leader with no faculty member present. They use, and pardon me for these buzzwords, they use think, pair, share, pass a problem, round robin, gallery walk, jigsaw. They use competition among the teams to promote learning of the content in general chemistry. They also make opportunity available for students to do some very simple hands-on activities to relate chemistry to the real world. Students see, hear, feel, and smell chemistry in action. Now, you may wonder why we would do such a thing, because there's obviously chemistry laboratory, but not all of our students at UTEP take the chemistry laboratory through a quirk in the history of the curriculum. And this way, every student gets to interact with actual chemical reactions. An essential component in the success is to train the peer leaders. In the summer, there are 3-day training periods between semesters. We just concluded a 2-day training period for the peer leaders to help them understand these pedagogical techniques and to model the behavior. Another very important component in the training is that twice a week for 2 1-hour periods of time, I oversee preview sessions where I organize the peer leaders into teams, and we model the behavior in those preview sessions that I want the peer leaders to use with their students in the course when they have them in the workshop. These training sessions are very important. If you're going to try to adopt a program like this, it is essential not only to have institutional support, but it is essential to have the person who is involved in delivering the lecture be involved in training the peer leaders during such preview meetings as this. This is not specific to chemistry. The 2+2 workshop is exportable to other disciplines. We hope to be able to do that. We have written an NSF proposal. Who knows whether it will be funded? I hope it will be. We'll hear in about a month. We want to extend this to other disciplines and other courses in chemistry at UTEP. I envision this as a gateway, a doorway that is increasing in size and capacity so that more students can pass through this successfully. One of the things that I would like to do in the future is I would like to pay the peer leaders. I do pay the peer leaders, I'm sorry. I would like to have them paid to go out and help teachers in schools, in the school districts. I especially would like to have them integrate into helping the elementary teachers in the El Paso region. I also would like to have the community college consider adopting them in the STEM courses that are taught at the community college. And let me conclude by saying that this program is tremendously validating. It's certainly validating for the students who take the course, who have to stand up and learn to explain how to calculate moles or draw Lewis structures. It is extremely validating to the peer leaders who grow and develop into true leaders. They are true leaders. And it is quite validating for the faculty that are involved. Thank you.
And then we have Mr. Ryan Dolabor.
You did it right.
Okay, that's right. From Yes Prep Public Schools. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having us this morning. Obviously, I'm a little bit different up here as I'm the Chief Development Officer for a 6th through 12th grade charter school network in Houston. So not quite on the college level, but I really appreciate being here and being able to share with you. I want to give you a really quick context for what Yes is and our background, and then talk you through some of our results. And through the course of that, hopefully connect to some of the other things that we've heard this morning from the other speakers. First, just to give you a context for who we are, we're a charter school system in Houston. We currently serve 1,500 students on 4 area campuses in 6th through 12th grade. And the whole design of our program is to prove a pretty simple hypothesis. And that is, if you give low-income minority students the same access to opportunities, resources, and experiences that you give to students in really good suburban or private prep schools, that the outcomes can be exactly the same. And essentially, that what's lacking in our public school system, particularly in urban areas, is that access to opportunities, resources, and experiences. And to give some context, in Houston right now, if you're a 6th grader in a Houston school, if you're a low-income minority student, you have about an 8% chance of graduating from college. And what we're trying to do at Yes is say, look, we need to change those statistics, not just in Houston, but across the state and obviously across the country as well. And I think we're doing that. We've had 6 classes of graduating seniors to date. 100% of those students have been accepted to a 4-year college. They've gotten into 194 schools around the country. You can see the list up there. They have earned over $13 million in scholarships and financial aid. The vast majority are going for free. And the best part of all, just over 85% of them are the first in their family to go to college. We are serving a population of students at Yes where 95% are Latino or African American. Well over 80% qualify for the free and reduced meal program, which means these are families of 4, making under $22,000 a year. And the vast majority, because we're a public school and the students come to us by lottery, we don't self-select our student population. The vast majority of the students coming to Yes are usually about a grade or 2 behind in reading and math when they come to us in 6th grade. Next slide. So really, how have we kind of achieved those results? I think there's kind of 3 things that I would leave you with today. This idea that you want to maintain high expectations, that you want to provide comprehensive support, and you want to maintain relationships between the faculty and students to mitigate against crises and whatnot that arise as you go through, the 7 years of high school and then into college. First, in terms of the high expectations, we require that all of our students gain acceptance to a 4-year college in order to get their their high school diploma. So they have to first be accepted to college, to a 4-year school, in order to get their high school diploma and to graduate from our high school. They have to complete a rigorous college prep curriculum that includes at least one AP course during their time at YES, and each of the parents and students every year sign a commitment to excellence contract. So we'll go and visit the students' homes after they're pulled out of the lottery. We'll sit down with the parents, talk them through kind of the expectations for the school and what we expect of them and their student. The teacher signs it, the student signs it, and the parents sign it, and that commits them to doing whatever it takes to help their students achieve these goals. You can go to the next slide. What does that look like in terms of our program? Well, it's, again, I don't think we have a magic bullet. These are just things that have worked really well in high-performing schools for a long time, but have rarely been directed towards this population of students. Our kids are in school longer. They come to school 7:30 to 4. Twice a week they stay till 5 to work in mandatory after-school clubs and athletics. We do a comprehensive college counseling department that works with the students starting in 9th grade, well ahead of the time that they need to navigate through the application process. They come to school once a month on Saturdays for service learning opportunities. We do a spring college research trip, so by the time they're seniors, they've seen about 20 schools around the country. Again, if we're going to require them to get into school, they have to have the experience of being on a college campus and seeing that and what that looks like. And then finally, we do a 3-week summer school program with them as well. So all the kids come back up to school. We work with them in enrichment and different things to continue their education. Next slide. So, and then finally, I think, you can have the program and you can have the expectations, but you have to have the support built in as well. And some of my colleagues here this morning have talked about how important those relationships are. So we really put our money where our mouth is. If we're going to require these students to get into college, we have to have the faculty and staff on hand to do that. So we have boosted our college counseling department. We have a ratio of about 30 students to 1 college counselor, which is virtually unheard of in most public school environments. We have a full-time social worker. We have people that work with the kids to get them into summer opportunities, not just in Houston, but around the country and literally around the world. We'll have students this summer going to India, to Ghana, to complete service projects. These are kids that qualify for federal aid themselves, going out into the community and serving those less fortunate as well. And then obviously we have a dean system and a discipline system in place too to support those students and to give them incentives. So just to give you kind of what this looks like in terms of our results. Like I said, we've had 6 classes of seniors go off to college. The yellow and blue demarcate the kids that have finished or are still enrolled in a 4-year school. The red represents students that are currently in a 2-year school, and then the purple represents students that are not currently enrolled in college. I think these numbers kind of speak for themselves, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions about them. Our goal would be to have 90% or more of our students graduate from a 4-year school. If you look at the next slide, we're right around 75% that are still in a 4-year school. If you add in those students that are in 2-year colleges as well, we're hitting that 90% mark right now. We have a comprehensive alumni program that tracks those kids. We know where each of them are, that 10% that aren't in school, as well as all the kids that are enrolled in the 4-year school. They commit to submitting their syllabi to us, their grade point averages every semester. We'll do workshops with them and their parents on their breaks and over the summer, again, to just kind of create that relationship and make sure it remains strong during their 4 years in college. And then finally, the last slide kind of show you, I think, is a great kind of complement to the presentation this morning about college readiness. Students walking out of YES, typically less than 5% of them require remedial instruction once they go into the college environment. And I think that speaks to, again, the strength of, creating a program 6 through 12 that is focused and specific about preparing those students for collegiate success. I would leave you just with this one story. Patty Hernandez was the first valedictorian. She graduated in 2001. Her parents had immigrated to the country. They had finished 8th grade. She attended YES, I guess, starting in the 10th grade, and was accepted as the valedictorian to Stanford University, was given a full ride there, attended Stanford for 4 years while she was there, was taking classes in medieval literature and had the opportunity to study abroad in England at Cambridge for a semester. Again, her parents had finished 8th grade. She was the first in her family to go off to college. She got to the end of her senior year and had a number of opportunities to pursue degrees and different professional jobs out in California and also in Houston. She decided to come back to Houston, became a 7th grade teacher at Yes, and is now teaching 7th grade students at our Southeast campus. She's the first in her family to have a paying job with benefits, and now she is training the next generation of kids of whom she was once a part of that cycle to prepare them for college success. And I think that's what raising high expectations is all about, is saying to these students, look, you have the opportunity to go and do this, and let's provide the support and the relationships to make that happen. And what we're seeing at Yes and what we're seeing in the community is that there are thousands, literally thousands of Patty Hernandezes walking the halls of our schools, and if we can give them that extra push, they're going to become the future leaders of our community, our next core of teachers, and really the ones that are going to continue to produce and contribute to the economic prosperity of our community. So thank you very much.
Chairman, can I ask a couple of questions?
You bet.
Your 4 schools are charter schools of the Houston ISD.
They're actually state charter schools.
State charter schools, but you're part of the Houston ISD?
They did start in HISD, that's right.
And what kind of resources do you receive from the state that public schools don't receive?
Actually, it's a little bit different. We actually receive less resources per student than the state.
That was my point.
Yeah. So we receive the most recent study. It's about $2,900 less per student than the typical school district. In the state of Texas, if we look just at operations, it's about $1,300 to $1,500 less per student, and we currently receive no state facility funding. So when we go out to open a new school, we're basically given less funding operationally to start, and then we're given no building and no means to raise funds to operate this building.
And I consistently have, from daily, weekly, people in public ed that tell me that because of kids' lower socioeconomic circumstances, they can't perform. And that is absolutely garbage. We are really failing those students when we have that kind of attitude. To see this kind of situation, what we see in El Paso, that excites me. That really, I mean, if you can't get chill bumps about what these people just said about what they're doing for kids, then something's wrong with you. Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you.
What year did you begin?
Other questions or comments, Commissioner? Yes, I hope you've detected that there was a theme this morning. We wanted to start out with a scholar who would lay a kind of a theoretical foundation for the challenges we face. And then we wanted presentations by people who demonstrated how it can be done, the theory and practice. Lori Bricker and I had the pleasure visiting Yes Campus a few months ago, and were profoundly impressed. They celebrate academic achievement, not football players. And the Hall of Honor is not all-state players or players who went on and became All-Americans. It's people, it's all the students and all the different colleges and universities are attending, which places the emphasis where it ought to be. David Conley's work demonstrates that thinking about going to college is a complex process with a lot of conflicting information. High schools typically don't have the resources to give students and families the information they need about going to college. So Austin Community College has gone out and provided that information. We need to get to a place in Texas where if we admit students to higher education, we ought to do everything we can to graduate them. And so we've developed academic support programs at Stephen F. Austin, Tarrant College, UTEP, that demonstrate you can take students who've been underprepared and you can bring them up to speed. You can improve graduation rates dramatically. You can send a larger proportion of students to graduate school. It can be done. I think people in this room will see that the people that have received these Star Awards and represent these programs are dedicated, committed, but we're not talking about activities or programs that are beyond the grasp or beyond the means of faculty, staff, and institutions all over this state. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, it's not necessary. We always have, what I hear frequently is there's not enough money to do this or that. And none of this is about resources in terms of what we talked about here. It's about leadership, passion, and focus on kids. And I congratulate you again, all of you.
Thank you for coming.
Wait, can I say something? One of the things that we did in Houston for the second year in a row is to honor the Star Award recipients in our local area, and I would encourage you all to honor the others in your local areas as well. And we had the commissioner come in and speak to the business community, and Lynn was there too, and we also honored Yes Prep once again, and who are also members of our P16 Council, I might add. And one of the other byproducts of that is that in the commissioner's presentation, he mentioned the Houston Independent School District and the superintendent, and that they had adopted a college-bound culture for their district. And as a result of that, the superintendent invited me and invited David Gardner to come and talk to that district and really talk nuts and bolts about how we can get beyond the verbiage and how that district and others across the state can create the college-bound culture in the district. So I would encourage you all to honor all of our Star Award recipients, because, Neil, you're right. I mean, that is the whole goal of the Star Awards, is to find these incredible, excellent programs and replicate them everywhere. So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman. Our business. Well worth the time.
Right, yeah.
Absolutely. What we're going to do is, since we're real late, we're going to break for lunch here in just a few minutes and defer Mr. Adams' committee until after lunch. But before we do that, I'd like to turn the microphone back over to the Commissioner. He has an announcement to make and an introduction.
Yes, thank you very much, Bob. I am very pleased to announce and to introduce the appointment of our new Deputy Commissioner for Business and Finance. We've been going through a process of restructuring and reorganization at the Coordinating Board with a simple goal of aligning the organization of the Coordinating Board staff more closely with achieving the goals of closing the gaps. And in the process of that reorganization and rethinking the structure, we determined that we needed another senior manager, somebody with experience in business and finance, and somebody who simultaneously had a very deep commitment to higher education. We did a search. We had over 50 applicants. We looked very closely at a dozen or so candidates. We had a rigorous process of interview. We were helped immensely by several board members, particularly Elaine Mendoza, Whit Ryder, and Paul Foster, and Bob Shepard, who looked at all the applications and helped us to identify the strongest candidates. After this process, I am pleased to announce that we've made an appointment. Our new Deputy Commissioner will be Arturo Alonso, who is standing right here. Arturo, would you please stand? Arturo is leaving his position as Deputy Director of the Texas Engineering Extension Service in College Station. As I said, he has a rich background in business and finance, but even more than that, he's had a deep commitment to education all of his professional career. He is a two-time graduate of Texas A&M University, received his bachelor's degree and a doctorate in educational administration. He has a master's degree from UT San Antonio. He's been a professor, an adjunct professor at Blinn College for nearly 20 years. Started his career working in one of the regional education centers. So he's not only somebody who has great expertise in an area where we badly need help, but he's also someone who's demonstrated his commitment to educational opportunity in Texas. So we're delighted to have him.
Welcome. Happy to have you. Okay, we are now going to break for lunch, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Good. Mr. Adams.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
They'll kind of be, I guess they're coming back, and you can probably get them in the groove here in 15 minutes. We'll try that.
Hurry up.
Everybody just seems to be, the energy level's down.
Leisurely afternoon.
Where is everybody? Who's missing?
Let's see.
There's Miss Lorraine.
She's moving slow, but she'll be back.
Commissioner here.
Commissioner
Got a lot of papers on
I know our chairman has been here longer than the creation of dirt. But Lorraine and Curtis, let's see, Lorraine, Curtis, who am I missing? Oh, Nancy and I are in our 5th year of being here.
not Nancy.
Not Nancy, almost. You started a little later. But I have to say that in being here this morning, but really over the last year, Commissioner, at these meetings and the committee meetings and what we've been dealing with versus what we dealt with the first 4 years that I was on board at least, I think really is rewarding to see that what we're talking about and what's happening is we're not just talking, we're doing. And we're seeing action put in place that's impacting the lives of many people in the state. And I think hopefully this organization is becoming more and more valuable and credible for a lot of different folks. We can not just coordinate but stimulate folks to doing some good things. On the Strategic Planning Committee, that is agenda item 6. I did mention earlier this morning when we were talking about House Bill 1, the 2 task force meetings we've had with higher ed and public ed, and I really want to thank the members of the higher ed community who have participated in those 2 meetings. There's been a mainly dialogue. It's mainly an opportunity for public ed and higher ed leadership and management of the state to get together and to get to know each other. And I think those meetings, from the perspective of the participants at least, have indicated they've been very helpful, and we're going to continue some of those in the future, particularly as we begin to deal with some of these critical issues of implementing House Bill 1. On your consent calendar, you have item 6H, which is consideration of the report on alignment of the LBB and the coordinating board performance measures. Those are in the light green report, and that was a charge that we had from I believe the legislative, that was statutory charge as I recall, and we actually vetted this particular report at the last committee meeting of strategic planning. That is on our consent calendar. Also on your consent calendar, that's item 6H. 6I was consideration for a new rule. This is primarily delegating the authority for supervision, direct supervision of the 3 new education research centers to the commissioner. Item 6B, some of you heard us talking about this a little bit yesterday afternoon if you were in the agency ops meeting. Starting in January, Chairman Shepherd and I commissioned a task force to look at the process of capital funding of higher education in the state, and principally what I refer to as the broken process of TRBs. And interestingly enough, I'm not alone in sharing that opinion of that process, not just in terms of the institutions, but
I believe the leadership in Austin firmly believes that process is broken. It gives us no means of long-term planning in terms of capital funding projects in the state. It doesn't really tie back to any sense of planning related to closing the gaps. And we all know if we're going to add the number of students that we're going to add by 2015, that has a significant impact on the infrastructure of higher ed in the state. We have had a number of meetings. I would refer you to each of you to your pamphlet under this particular item. I have a list there of the members of this work group, and I certainly want to thank them. I will tell you this work group will continue to operate. We met yesterday morning to put the final touches, and I want to de-emphasize the word final, because it's really only a beginning in terms of outlining a process and a new policy in this state in terms of dealing with capital funding for universities and colleges. And we'll be working, Bob and I and the Commissioner, with the leadership to try to develop some meaningful legislation to implement these policies. I'm going to ask Susan Brown, if she would, to review the three primary components of this capital funding proposal.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Shepard. I'm going to be referring to the agenda materials that were sent out and tell you some of the changes that became consensus yesterday morning. So on the first one, it talks about the HEAF recommendation, expanding maturity out to 20 years. The committee yesterday talked about taking off the limit altogether and letting the institutions use market forces to determine the maturity dates of the bonds that are being issued, or the HEAF for bond maturity. It also, we're recommending to go from right now the corpus in statute is at to go to $2 billion, and if they did that, right now the allocations would actually drop. So we are recommending that they raise the corpus amount to $4.5 billion. And we are also requesting that the institution be allowed to pledge up to 75% of their allocation, and it's currently at 50%.
These are HEAF. This is the HEAF fund recommendation.
The second one is...
Before you go there, one other issue that came out of that meeting yesterday is that we would, instead of, if this were adopted, that it would not be something that would go into effect immediately, particularly the requirement that these funds be used for capital and renovation repair projects. We know those funds are used for other things right now, and it would be a phase-in over time in terms of getting there. That was one other change that was made yesterday. Go ahead, Chairman Kipp.
Neil, I was just going to make a comment on the 10 years, as that's actually in the Constitution.
Correct. That will require
It would require constitutional.
The 10 years and the 50% are both.
And the 50%, both of those, yeah.
And the thinking, particularly on the 10 years and the 50%, is we're tying the hands of the trying to tie the hands of the market. We need to give the institutions the maximum flexibility to use these funds as they see fit within their own institutions and their own resources. Go ahead. The second component, Susan.
Okay, I'm sorry. The second component is to establish a new state set-aside for taking care of deferred maintenance. This would allow the institutions the option of setting aside up to 1.25% of their education and general replacement fund, and that would be matched by the state for up to 1.25. And then the fund. Yes, this would be a brand new fund to be used for deferred maintenance. This fund, we had some limits sort of in place, and we talked about those, that only maximum of $10 million, but to have a procedure in place that if an institution came forward with a project that exceeded that, they would come through a review process.
Yeah, initially you looked at a floor and a cap in terms of it being able to attract or be able to even be eligible for these funds. The discussion was that we ought to have flexibility in terms of the institutions putting some collective projects. The major theory behind this is when we look at the TRB list, as we did this last session, 1.8 billion, actually it came in, 3-point-something billion. I don't remember the original figure of the total projects. The legislature approved 1.8. Very little of that was for deferred maintenance or repairs, and obviously because that doesn't have much pizzazz as new facilities do. Yet this state has made a significant investment in the structures that they have in this state, and we need to have some additional funding for the institutions to make sure that those investments are maintained and kept up to date. And the other issue was innovation. The fact that programs change and the facilities that are there particularly need to be renovated for innovative type new programs. And in addition to that this ought to be a shared responsibility, not just the state, but the institution, and that's the reason for the match approach on this particular
Neil, can I ask you a quick question? What are they referring to when they talk about setting aside and matching 1.25%?
Well, we would suggest that would be trustee funds that the legislature would set aside $2.10 million that would be earmarked for maintenance and renovation, and the institutions could apply through a process. We haven't predicted what that would be. That could be through the coordinating board. We're not hung up on how that process works, as long as that money's there and that there's a process in place. We're certainly willing to work with the leadership in terms of what's the best place for that. But then they would match funds. They would have to. The institution would have to come up with funds, which they do now. I mean, they have maintenance funds right now. What we're saying is that that $210 million came from our own data. Right now, deferred maintenance, I think, is about 400. If you look at the information from the institution.
No, that is actually the amount of E&G. That'd be 2.5% of the E&G replacement value is $420 million.
Right.
So if the state put in half and the institutions put in half,
we just didn't pull that figure out of the air. That has some data to back it up. Okay. So, yes.
Neil, just as a matter of background, part of the institutions were talking in terms of not only the programmatic changes and necessity to change some of their physical facilities, but the other, and they use this as an example on several occasions, are the ADA requirements. You know, they weren't even around at the time the building was built, and all of a sudden they've got to go in and remodel, and anticipate that those costs they're in there as well. And then Hurricane was another one. But also part of the thought process here is that you can actually save the state of some money if you could do this in a very orderly fashion over a period of time, as opposed to, here again, back to the way Neil described the TRBs. Of course, in the old days, the TRBs used to be every other session. You know, that's in and of itself has changed in the last few years. So we're just trying to take their thoughts and ideas and real life experiences and try to marry them up with what hopefully would make good economic sense to present to the legislature.
Okay. And then the third component, Susan?
Is to have the state issue general obligation bonds instead of having the TRBs, which are actually issued by each of the systems or individual schools. That would make it clear that this is an obligation of the state. You know, right now they appropriate the debt service and principal to cover those, but it would make it clear that this is an obligation to the state, that they are the ones who selected these, and so it is their obligation and not.
And our principal paying for them. Well, the gist behind this, and this will require a constitutional amendment. Probably in the the authorization for the bonds would require a constitutional amendment. The creation of the process would be statutory, but we're projecting probably if you were to meet the projected needs as we understand them from the institutions over the next 10 years. That's about $10 billion. Probably would go would ask the policymakers to probably have that figure much higher than that, realizing that with inflation over time and construction costs, obviously those figures would, the time we got out 5 and 10 years, we're going to probably talking about some significantly more money, and particularly related to closing the gaps and the infrastructure that's going to be needed for closing the gaps. The thing that's important to me, and I think the committee and the task force, as we looked at it, and Bob and I looked at it, and the commissioner, is this will give some sense of planning. This will give institutions the understanding that that fund has now is available, There'll be a process. What that process is, I'm not sure. That's something we've got to sit down with the leadership and talk about. But I will tell you, the leadership has some real interest in this process in terms of giving some sense of planning to institutions. If you look at the makeup of the task force, in fact, many of them commented yesterday, it's a cross-section of every type of institution in the state of colleges and universities that are affected by capital funding through the TRB process. We all met last night, the coordinating board did, for dinner with members of the Chancellors and President's Council. And we have talked to many of them, and some of the comments has been, this is the first time that higher ed and the institutions for a major complex issue are really on the same page. And that's extremely important. If we're going to be successful in going and getting something like this passed, we're all going to have to be marching to the same drummer and on the same page. So this is the three components of the capital funding. It would be expand HEAP, make it more flexible, recognize the importance of deferred maintenance and repair, and then setting in place a realistic but a certain, giving some certainty to long-term planning that funds will be available if you meet certain criteria. And I would suggest, and this has been some of the preliminary discussions, that the coordinating board, what we did in the last special session, where we developed a very succinct set of criteria, quite a bit of it tied back to closing the gaps in terms of evaluating those TRBs and their ability to be approved and funded, which was something the legislative leadership asked us to do. It would be something along that line. Now, the question, ultimately, the 800-pound gorilla in this whole process is who has the ultimate approval. And that's just something we'll have to work through, and there's various ideas out there in terms of how that could work. Our interest is to getting something that gives some sense of direction and planning in the process that's not there right now. And I would dare say that if we're $1.8 billion this year, 2 years from now, we're probably looking at $3.8 billion. 4 years from now, we may be looking for even more if we stay in this TRB process. We need to develop some planning. We think we can bring some efficiency to the system through some system like this that will resonate with the leadership. And we're asking to the board today to approve the concept, realizing that this is going to be a work in process. What we see today is probably not going to look necessarily what it looks like today, but I believe the concepts will be there, and that's certainly what we, Bob and the Commissioner and I, would be keeping in mind as we move through this process. So I would ask for a motion to approve these three approaches and concept.
So moved.
Have a motion by Ms. Phillips, second by Mr. Foster. Any discussions or questions? Yes, sir.
Neil, just curiosity, there was a sentence in here that said all the concerns raised at the meeting, all institutional representatives were sent a list.
What now?
It says there were some concerns raised at the meeting, that all institutional representatives were sent a list of the concerns for their comments.
Well, that was before the previous, that was before yesterday. We had a meeting 2 months ago, 3 months ago, 2 months ago, back in December, I believe. And after we left that meeting, there were a list of issues, not necessarily concerns, I guess, but issues, and we asked them to give us their feedback. And that's just been an ongoing process of this task force. As we leave the meeting, if things come to mind or other suggestions come to mind, get those back through Susan, who has been the primary contact for the task force. And many of those are incorporated into these issues.
That's some of the differences you see from what's in the blue page to what we're talking about with removing the maturity dates and that sort of thing.
Because this has been a work in progress and will continue to be so. Other comments or questions? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you. I want to particularly thank Susan Brown and her staff. This started in January, and for us to get through something this complex with this many moving parts and a great deal of data. We looked at every state in the union in terms of what they were doing, her staff did, and we've got, I'll be honest with you, several of these we're not reinventing the wheel. We're looking at some states where it's proven to work. For instance, California definitely funds its higher ed through GO bonds on an annual basis, which has really given them a sense of planning and capital funding. Yeah, Bob.
Neil, and you just mentioned a little bit of it, but I think the board needs to know that really tuition revenue bonds we now do in the state of Texas is an exception rather than the rule. Most of the states that we looked at, and especially the larger states, Neil mentioned California and Ohio and North Carolina, a few of their other folks that we would consider to be peers out there have GO bonds and make it an obligation of the state.
All right. The next two items on our agenda are items 6C and 6D. There will be a presentation for the next two agenda items, report on participation success and goals of closing the gaps by 2015, and then a consideration of the 2007 participation forecast will be combined. Agenda item 6C is for the board's information and does not require action. Agenda item 6D requires board approval to adopt the 2007 participation report. And where's Dr. Gardner? He's going to leave it to you, Ms. Brown. Okay, Susan Brown is going to give this presentation. Okay.
He's, I'm sure, around here somewhere. I am going to move through this fairly quickly, and I'm going to start actually with the participation forecast because that is the part of the report that we're asking you to adopt. It was sent to you, should have been sent to you earlier in the purple color thing. Yeah. It's important to understand that the participation forecast is actually based on historical trends. It is designed to reflect what is currently going on. It's designed to be conservative, and it uses the population projections. It says if we're still doing what we're doing now out in 2015, this is what we can expect. So that's a very important concept to understand. And there are a couple of things that have affected the forecast this time. The first is the last 2 years we've had a very flat enrollment. It went up just about 2.6%, something like that this year, which was better than the 05, which was only a 0.9% increase, still very flat. We also used a different forecast for the population projections from Steve Murdoch's office. He suggested that the 0.5 migration scenario seemed to be a better fit for what was going on, and so we went ahead and we changed to use that for the forecast. He does still suggest to use the other one for going out further, or for shorter distances, sorry. Next slide. And I already talked about this, so we're going to skip through it. Here's a little bit of the population change. Hispanic population for the 06 projections versus the 04 were actually down 12%. And this is the population that we, characteristics of the population that we use for the projections, and that's why it's important. Next slide. Here's the forecast. As you can see, from 2000 to 2005, the line is going up fairly steep. 05 and 06, it flattens out, and this forecast actually shows that trend, that flattened trend, and really the only growth is in the population. Here's the difference. The yellow line up there that goes up to 1.3 million was the forecast that we did in 2004. And the green line that goes up to 1.3 million, so that's 25,000 lower. That is based on what we've done the last 2 years and the reduced population projections. Now, I'll tell you a little bit of good news and bad news at the same time on that one. The good news is that the forecasts have been relatively accurate. The bad news is that the forecast has been relatively accurate. For 06, we were 0.5% actually too high, and we'd rather be too low on our forecast. As I said earlier, the big difference is the forecast is based on historical trend and what happens if the current patterns do not change. The closing the gaps goals, which we're going to talk about next, are based on where Texas wants to be. And then we're expecting things to happen in order to reach that goal. Those are the big differences between the forecast and the goals. Are there any questions about the forecast before we move on? Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and go on. This is just I'm going to flip through these. You've seen a lot of them with the closing the gaps. Next slide. This graph shows the yellow line is the forecast. The green line, or the middle line, is actually what the institutions are targeting, and the red line is the closing gap. Next slide. Keep going. Keep going. Hispanic targets remain a big issue. The light blue color is the institutional targets out in 2010, and the red is the closing the gaps target. Hispanic, that is a major issue. The good news is that for about the first time since we've been doing this, the African American, the institutional targets actually exceed the closing the gaps target for 2010. May mean that our targets are too low, however. Next slide. Some of the reasons for the change, we've had decreases in the late entry students, those students that are not coming straight from high school. They've sat out a little bit and then they're coming back in. We had a decrease in those number of students. I'm not sure, maybe the economy, we don't know why we're having a decrease. The 1 year persistence rate for universities has been stable. The 2 year rate actually dropped and is starting to come back up. For community college, the 1 and 2 year persistence rate has stayed relatively stable. Whoa, that one didn't turn out well. What you're supposed to be able to see on this slide is that actually, though the number of high school students going straight into college stayed the same, the percentage actually increased. We had about a 0.8% increase in the percentage of high school students going on to college. That is a trend that we hope to keep going on. Okay, here's a summary. Enrollments increased, 2.1%. Hispanic growth was still a majority of the growth, but not what we need it to be. And the percentage of students coming directly from high school increased. Next. This closing gap success. We've had an increase of over 30,000 additional bachelor's, associates, and certificates awarded since 2005. We're currently just a little bit over what we're looking for in 2006 and going on further. This is some information that is all available on the accountability system, and we're looking at it in how we're doing. We're seeing some improvement, so that is the good news. 4-year graduation rates, 5-year graduation, 6-year graduations are all increasing. The other transfer of graduates, those are students who have taken at least 30 semester credit hours at a community college before transferring to a university. And then once they get to the university, over 50% of those students are graduating. And all of these increases are coming at a time when students receiving Pell Grants are also increasing. So that's our low-income students. So that's actually good news that we're getting there. This is the same type of information for the community and 2-year colleges. It's bachelor's, the students that started at a community college and received a bachelor's degree 6 years later, that's increasing. Associate degrees are increasing and certificates are staying about the same. We also have persisting, and those are students who are still enrolled. So they may be just, they're trying. They're still in the pipeline, so we still have hope that they'll be. Next. These are the bachelor's degree targets. As you see, bachelors are about where we think we need them to be. The associate degree targets, I have to say we have sent out a request to the community colleges to update their targets, and we have not gotten all that information yet. So we're hopeful that that will increase. Next slide. This is a doctoral degree. The light blue again is the institutional targets. As you can see, it's about double. Part of that probably has to do with between 1999, there were 28 new doctoral programs approved. Between 2000 and 2004, there were 58 doctoral programs approved. And so far in 05 and 06, there have been 17 approved. Institutions are probably basing their targets on those new doctoral programs coming online and getting additional graduates. This is minority undergraduate. Again, Hispanics. We need to reach more Hispanics and get them all the way through the pipeline to completion.
and African American. We're talking about critical fields, and this is, go to the next slide. We talk about not reaching our target for technology as a whole. This shows that actually engineering has been showing some improvement. Computer science went up at first and then has dropped. So we'll start probably presenting this information to you in a disaggregate form so that y'all might have a little bit better picture of what's actually going on out there. Next one, nursing continues to increase, so this is a good one. And that's it. Keep going. We still need to look at what's active, and we're hoping that some of the information from the research centers that hopefully will be approved soon will help us do that.
Questions or comments on this report? I would encourage you to take the time to look at that. If you do have some questions after the meeting, get back with staff. I do need a motion to approve the participation forecast. Those are based on data and information that comes from Steve Murdoch. But we do need to approve that. Do I have a motion? Okay. Doug makes a motion. Do I have a second? Chairman seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, next item is item agenda 6E, and this is related to an update on the accountability system. And Susan, I'd ask you to review that quickly.
Hi. This is just to let you know you should have all received a 2.5-inch book. A real thick book, two of them, yes. There's one for the health relateds and the technical and state colleges, and a thicker one for all of the general academic institutions. It has been updated. We just this week had the final community college get all of their data certified, so we're starting to work on that. The biggest change we've had this year is actually in the way it has been organized on the web. Institutions can now go out to the web, or anybody actually for that matter, can go out to the web, select any of the measures, and select multiple years, compare it by accountability group, all institutions, by system, or by selected individual institutions, download it into an Excel spreadsheet. We are getting more and more data to look at that way, and I think with all of the interest from the legislature, I think it's going to be used more. One of the areas that we're still trying to work on is trying to get at how we can incorporate additional learning that is actually happening, not just number of degrees awarded, that sort of thing, but trying to get at the learning part of it. And doing that statewide is turning into more of a challenge than we had expected.
I will say, related to the policymakers, and I hear this frequently, Bob does too, and I think many of the members of the board, that the legislators are relying on that accountability system frequently to look at what institutions are doing or not doing, and we hear that frequently. I am convinced that in this session of the legislature, there will be some funds tied to that accountability system in some form. Exactly what form, I don't know. One of the things that the Commissioner and I were talking about this morning is that, particularly related to some of the discussions we're having about House Bill 1, is that tying some incentive funding to the accountability system, particularly related to implementing House Bill 1, particularly at the higher ed level. Any questions on accountability? Would encourage you to look at those that were sent to you, and would also encourage you to go to the website and view that. Okay, next items are under 6F. We have a number of projects that the committee, Strategic Planning Committee, reviewed and are recommending. These next series of projects are a recommendation from the Strategic Planning Committee. The first item is, the first project is a request from Texas A&M University to reapprove construction of the Mitchell Physics Building. Dan Kennedy, I believe, is here. If we have any questions, Dan. Get my point on the agenda. This is back before us because the project cost exceeds more than 10% of the previous approval, and the gross square footage changed more than 10%. Dan, why don't you briefly explain to the board what those two items mean?
We're asking for an increase. The board originally approved this project at a $57 million budget. As we've gone through the design, the users have identified some additional needs in the building and have increased the square footage, I believe, by about 24,000 square feet, and so it's increased the cost, and we were asking for a budget increase to $63 million from $57 million, and then an increase in the square footage from 156,000 square feet to about 173,000 square feet. Both of those numbers are over the 10% limit. So we're back to the board asking for the approval to increase the budget and the square footage by those to the numbers that are in the application.
Susan, you got any comments?
No.
This is, again, a recommendation for the Strategic Planning Committee to approve. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Ransom motion to approve. Ellenfeld a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next item is the second project is a request of the University of Texas at Austin to construct utility infrastructure phase 2. Steve Kroll, I believe, is here for the University of Texas. This is an approval. This again is a recommendation from the Strategic Planning Committee for approval.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Steve had to leave at lunch.
Okay.
My name is Juan Ontiveros, Director of Utilities for the University. The projects are basically designed to help the campus address future growth with new facilities. Plus, it also helps address critical infrastructure or deferred maintenance in the plants. We're basically replacing what is our primary backup steam turbine that's used when we do annual maintenance on our large primary turbine. That is one major project, the 1960s vintage turbine. It's way beyond its useful life. We're also installing projects that are designed to improve the efficiency of the plant, as well as projects that will also help with energy conservation efforts in the facilities themselves. So that's what the projects are basically about. We'd like to answer any detail on any one of them, if you like.
This is a $49.5 million request. On the right-hand side of the page there, it lists the 4 components. I think the interesting thing is as he mentioned, the efficiencies that might be added is they're looking at about $3.8 million per year in cost avoidance by replacing these major infrastructure issues. Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Ms. Phillips, second. Any questions or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is the University of Texas request to reapprove the renovation of Darrell K. Royal Stadium. John Reschling, I believe, is here. John? This again is a project that comes to you as an approval from the Strategic Planning Committee. It's a $176,537,000 project. This request is based on the fact that costs have exceeded more than 10% the original approval. Mr. Reschling, you want to make any comments?
We have escalation in construction costs. We did decide to put in more permanent temporary seating on the south end of the field while we're undertaking the construction of the north end. You may recall the north end will be partially completed for August football season of '07, the remainder for the football season of '08. So for that interim in time, we need additional seating on the south end of the field. And we also decided to, while the contractor is at work, provide a floor slab at the 7th level, which could be used in the future to build walls and make usable space. But this is the only time we can really put a floor slab into the structure, is as we're coming up out of the ground and building the structure.
Okay. Any comments? Ms. Brown? Okay.
Yep.
Yes, Mr. Shepard.
I just have to do this, Mr. Adams. This has set a record today. We first approved it for $10 million, and it's 176, so it is slightly over the our 10% rule.
Yeah.
I guess only at the University of Texas. We won't comment about the last game in that stadium.
I am pleased to note, however, that they've added finishing out the athletics academic suite. So that's
They have.
Yes, they have. That's true.
Any other comments or questions? Chair, entertain a motion.
So moved.
Mr. Shepard moves.
Second.
And Ms. Perriman seconds. Any comments or discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Same sign. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Perriman. Okay, the next item is our fourth project is from the University of Texas at El Paso to construct physical sciences engineering core facility phase 1. Greg McNichol, I believe, is here for UT El Paso. This is an $85 million project, and it's here for approval of evaluation. And Mr. McNichol, would you like to make some comments?
Sure. Just real quickly, this is phase 1 of that 85. It's about 21 million of it. This particular phase of it will allow us to complete some shell space that we have constructed in the past. It also allows us to get and start renovating some of the existing engineering building and upgrading some of the equipment. This building was built back in the early 70s, so there's a lot of old equipment that needs to be replaced. Allows us to get in and re-roof the complex. We're going to be constructing a clean room as part of the work with this money, and then we're also doing an expansion onto the thermal plant. This will prep us for the $64 million project that we'll bring to you later when that one's ready for presentation.
Again, this is a project that comes to you with a recommendation of approval from the Strategic Planning Committee. Ms. Neal makes the motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Phillips, second. Any comments or discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, the next item on our agenda is University of Texas at San Antonio, and Charles Lampe's here this afternoon. This is a project cost of $44,182,000. This is here for approval. This one, the total project cost exceeded more than 10%. That's the reason you're back here. But we had a discussion on this one, I guess, more than once, haven't we, Mr. Lampy?
Actually, I think it was our University Center expansion.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Different project. I apologize.
This project, Laurel Village, is a 680-bed residence village, and we're currently under construction right now. And the reason why we're back is that we're going to package with that project expansion to our dining, our Roadrunner Cafe. We did a campus-wide master plan for our food services to see where we could best allocate additional services, and that master plan pointed that as a part of this project, we do need to increase. Currently, we have our university managed housing that's managing 1,000 beds, but we have 2,000 on campus with the other, actually 2,500, with the other 1,500 being privately managed. So we're only required to have 1,000 meal plans, but currently we have 1,800 meal plans. So we have 800 additional that are participating that cause this need to expand. By fall of 2008, we will have 2,400 on the meal plan, so we need to expand our facilities. So we're here today.
Okay. Any comments, Mr. Brown?
No.
Any questions? Chair, entertain a motion. So Foster, second. Mr. McWilliams, second. Any comments? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Lampy. Next item on our agenda is a request from the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston. Gerald McCann is here this is a project that's this is here for approval evaluation. $80,530,000 is to reapprove construction replacement research facility. It's a change in funding source, I think, is the primary reason that you're here. You want to explain that?
Yes, sir. We currently have $16,330,000 in gift funds that we are requesting be changed to revenue finance system at this time. A combination of tuition revenue bond funding that was allocated later in the summer has caused us to reevaluate how we fund this project, and so we're here for the committee for this change in funding.
Okay. This also comes to you with a recommendation from the Strategic Planning Committee for approval. Ms. Brown, any comments?
Well, I just wanted to let you know that this is the second time they've come back and taken additional gift funds away and switched the funding source, and so I just want to make sure that y'all are aware. So moved.
Yes. Okay. Motion by Ms. Neal. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Ransom. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. And then our last project for board approval is a request from the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center to construct construction center for advanced biomedical imaging research. Susan Lipka is here. Would you like to make some comments?
Sure. This is the third building to go into the UT Research Park. It is a kind of a joint venture and partnership with GE Healthcare, as well as the University of Texas Houston Health Science Center and us. There will be the 3 occupants in the building. A lot of the work that's being done on the research component is in the diagnostic of cancer and cardiac diseases, and then to work through treatment protocols from that.
This again comes as a recommendation from the Strategic Planning Committee. Ms. Brown, any comments? Carol, entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Those in motion, Ms. Phillips, second. Any comments? Questions? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next items on item 6G were items that were approved by the Strategic Planning Committee, and I would just direct your attention to each one of those. They're listed in the booklet. The item 6H, which was a consent item, that was the alignment of the performance measures between LBB and the Texas Higher Education Board accountability system. That's already been approved. And item 6I was also on consent. That was giving the commissioner, delegating the commissioner authority to supervise the new educational research centers. The last item is consideration of authorization of the board chair and vice chair and commissioner to select and designate research centers. The request for proposal deadline for the educational service centers is January the 31st of 2007. Staff is still in the process of reviewing that. The proposals will be evaluated by outside expert reviewers who will then make recommendations for up to 3 research centers. We're asking the board to authorize the chair, the vice chair, and the commissioner to select and designate those education service centers, and I will assure you that we'll send those out. If you have some comments, then get those back to the commissioner, and then we'll collectively decide, if you give us that authority, which way we need to go with certainly your input. Any questions or comments? Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Phillips, second by Ms. Pearman. Any questions? Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Mr. Chairman, I had an hour. I gave you back some time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Witt took some of it, but that was very good.
It was. I agree. The next item on our agenda is the Commissioner's report on agency-related matters. Commissioner?
I have a combination of good news and bad news, and I'll start off with the bad news, with it, at least from the staff perspective. I'd like to announce that Ray Grashoff has decided to retire effective January 31st. Ray's been with the coordinating board since 1990, and as you know, he's been the primary contact person for the news media. He writes and edits documents and has been recently serving as the Special Projects Director to the Deputy Commissioner. He has nearly 30 years of experience in media relations and public information, and has been an absolutely central member of the staff here. Ray, would you please stand?
Commissioner, may I say a few words? He actually came later and stayed a shorter period of time than I did, but one of the points, the board doesn't see this a lot of times in terms of the questions that are fielded and are handled, and I know Neil will remember this well when we got into the issue a little over a year ago over our stance about military folks. And Ray and his staff had received a number of very, very difficult telephone calls. And Ray, I want to say from myself and the board how much we appreciate not only your experience and your professionalism over the years, but I personally know of how difficult that was, and we really thank you for the way that you handled it and represented us, and we wish you nothing but the best. Sorry to see you go. Thank you.
We have two appointments in the General Counsel's office. James Turtelot joined the coordinating board this past December. He's a graduate of St. John's College and has a master's and a PhD in English from SUNY Stony Brook and a JD from Yale Law School. For most of the past 15 years, he's been a government lawyer in Texas. He spent 12 years in the Attorney General's office and most recently was a telecommunications lawyer at the Public Utilities Commission of Texas. Please. We're going to have to talk about some novels once in a while, James. Our second appointment in the General Counsel's office is Mark Hallmark. He also came from PUC, where he was a telecommunications attorney. Prior to coming to Texas, he was a sole practitioner in Alabama, and he has a bachelor's degree in management from LSU, an MBA from Stanford University, and a JD from the Cumberland School of Law. Mark? Welcome. I'm pleased to announce the promotion of Chris Alvarado. Many of you know him from Senior Program Director to Director in the Outreach and Success Division. He has done exceptional work in implementing and evaluating outreach initiatives such as the GO Centers, the P16 Field Specialists, and Regional P16 Councils. Chris, where are you? And last but not least, this is a person that is very critical to all of you, Judy Collins, who's my new administrative assistant. She joined the coordinating board in 2004 in the Academic Affairs Division, and she joined the Commissioner's office this past November, and she replaces Lori Frederick, who has gone on to work on our HB initiative staff. Judy? That is my report, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner, thank you. We need to indulge the Chairman of the Academic Excellence and Research Committee today. Many of you have seen her hobbling around here. Lorraine is recently recovering from foot surgery, of something I know a lot about myself, because of my wife, not me. But if y'all want to indulge Chairman Perryman, she would like to be seated in her seat to conduct her meeting.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
And we will dispense with our items very quickly, which will be a change for this committee. Usually our agendas are very long, but we weren't up to the race this time, so we're going to go pretty quickly, and we have a short agenda. The first agenda item is 9A, and it's my report to the board. Academic Excellence and Research Committee did not meet during this last quarter because we had such a small number of items on the agenda, but we did have some telephone conversations during that time period with staff and myself and some board members as well. I do have one follow-up item. for all of you today. And those of you that have been on the board for a while will recall that Dr. James Jarrett of UT Austin Bureau of Business Research conducted studies of impact on the state of the Advanced Research Program that we fondly refer to that as ARP, and the Advanced Technology Program, which we call ATP. The final report of the ATP's impact was presented to the board at its meeting in April of 2005. Dr. Jarrett presented a preliminary report of the study for ARP's impact on Texas at last summer's July 20th meeting. The final ARP impact report was delivered to the coordinating board offices at the end of December. This report will be sent to each of you in February as they make the final changes to that. It includes findings from principal investigator and graduate student surveys, 22 research project case studies, profiles of 11 startup companies, benchmarking analysis, and information gleaned from conversations with senior high education administrators, higher education technology licensing officers, and national research leaders, describing the hallmarks of a 21st century research program. According to the final report, one of the primary intents of the ARP is to attract and retain outstanding students and researchers at Texas universities and to educate the future scientists and engineers of the state, which they're doing an excellent job of. From the data provided by the graduate students, ARP appears to have achieved the original legislative intent. Students view their ARP experience as an important component of their education, and large numbers of these students, and this is one of the important parts, remain in Texas after graduation, which was one of our major goals, infusing the Texas workforce with the benefits of their expertise. ARP projects have already brought in 3 times more funding from outside sources than the state of Texas has expended on those same programs, once again meeting a major goal of that program. And more outside funding will continue to come in as a result of ARP projects already funded. So they are doing an excellent job, and that full report will be given to y'all probably next month. So I know each one of you will look forward to receiving that and reviewing the entire report, but we kind of wanted to give you a preview of that at this meeting.
Good.
The next item on the agenda is item 9B. It is a report on the study of undergraduate education in Texas. As you may recall, we have discussed this several times in the past. You'll be pleased to learn that the new Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee held its first meeting in December and has a second meeting scheduled next month. The committee is comprised of 23 representatives from public 2-year and 4-year institutions, a health-related institution, and an independent college. Its members will work with board staff to identify or refine critical issues in undergraduate education in Texas and related issues that affect the state's ability to achieve the participation, excellence, and success goals of closing the gaps by 2015. Coordinating board staff have prepared a foundation report that provides a summary of current Texas undergraduate education using a variety of descriptive statistics. This report serves 2 purposes. First, to provide a preliminary snapshot of Texas undergraduate education as requested by this board, and second, and equally important, to provide advisory committee members some baseline data they will use to determine the focus of their work. Their inquiries will help guide the second part of the undergraduate education study, the portion that details significant issues facing Texas and questions to be addressed if Texas is to have a high-quality undergraduate program in every region of the state. The second part of this report is to be delivered to the board in the spring of 2008. That part of the report will also contain recommendations from the committee to enhance undergraduate education within the state. And we look forward to receiving these recommendations from all of these fine volunteers that are helping us staff this effort. And board members, you will receive a copy of the first part of the report shortly. Right, Joe?
On its way.
It's on its way. Okay? Yes, Lynn.
How was this advisory group selected, or?
You want to respond to that?
Sure.
Dr. Alford is back here, and we may need to get him if you have real detailed questions, but it's the standard process for selecting advisory committees, nominations solicited from all of the institutions, and then we seek to find a balance of gender, ethnicity, disciplines, interests.
Regions of the state.
Regions. It becomes an interesting juggling act to try to fit it within 23, but get as much breadth of opinion as we can.
Thank you. Any other questions? And we look forward to receiving that report. Agenda item 9C is a staff presentation on consumer protection information on the Internet, including the listing of institutions offering fraudulent and substandard degrees. David Linkletter, Program Director of the Division of Academic Affairs and Excellence, will give the report. David?
Well, I'm pleased to give you an update of our consumer protection efforts. For over 30 years, the Coordinating Board has been protecting the citizens of Texas from institutions offering fraudulent or substandard degrees. We have a strong statute that lets us establish high standards for all institutions operating in the state and strong penalties for violators of the law. This kept Texas relatively free from the outright fraudulent institutions or from weak institutions that just don't deliver on what they promise. Those institutions tend to just follow the path of least resistance and move on to a state with weaker laws. However, the Internet has made every computer in Texas a portal for the fraudulent or the substandard to be offered in Texas. Entities located overseas or in states with weak laws have flooded the web with their claims of a quick and easy degree. We have noted that the primary purchaser of fraudulent or substandard degrees has really changed from the naive victim of fraud to the co-conspirator who knows exactly what he or she is buying. So the victims of fraudulent or substandard degrees increasingly is the employer or the customer or the patient of the person who's holding the fraudulent or substandard degree. So Texas has joined with 6 other states in outlawing the use of fraudulent or substandard degrees. The Texas Penal Code prohibits the use of fraudulent or substandard degrees to promote a business, to seeking employment or promotion or increased compensation, admission into a college, or in running for public office. The Education Code does define what a fraudulent or substandard degree is, and it does direct the board to publish on the Internet a list of all institutions offering fraudulent or substandard degrees of which we are aware. And that list is there in your agenda materials. You'll note that the heading of the list lays out the definition of fraudulent or substandard degree as found in the statute and lists those prohibited uses of the degrees that are found in the Penal Code. Each institution is listed by name. It's listed by location, if we know what that location is, and with a specific reason there in the remarks column as to why it's there. We also put other information that we know about schools there when we can. But there are basically 4 reasons, all connected with that definition of fraudulent or substandard as to why the school's there. And they're basically these 4. It's a Texas-based institution that has no authority to operate here. Or it's a U.S.-based institution with no accreditation or which has operated illegally in some state. A foreign-based institution with no degree-granting authority from that country of origin, or it's a foreign-based institution of which that particular country has an unproven approval process that one can't trust. Finally, the statute creates a due process procedure whereby any institution can prove it meets the standards of the board and be removed from the list. I would be pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Well, it's a fascinating list to read. It's kind of fun.
Isn't it?
Just had to chuckle some, and it's sad that there are some people that do fall prey to this, not
Absolutely.
the co-conspirators, but some innocent people do fall prey to these
Absolutely.
kinds of institutions.
Yeah, I have a question. What would be an effective way to let potential employers know about these institutions, other than having this on the website? But could we proactively send it, I don't know, maybe to chambers of commerce or to school districts or to universities? Years and years and years ago, I remember a case of one of these, Pacific Western, that some senior person in a school district, they found out that she was claiming to have that degree. But how would a potential employer have access to this if they didn't know to look for it?
Right. Well, we are preparing some letters to send out to state agencies, to universities and colleges, and that could go out to chambers of commerce. I think that's a great idea. Surprisingly, a lot of people are finding out about this without our advertising it, but we certainly do want to be very active in getting the information out.
Thank you.
Also to the Human Resources Association.
Absolutely.
Oh, good point. Any other questions of David? Thank you very much.
Madam Chairman, I just have an ancillary comment. I didn't mention this when I was being interviewed to get this position, but I've been actually closed down by the coordinating board of a little church program I started. I made a mistake. I called it University of the Spirit. Not good.
So did you get in trouble, Lynn?
Yeah, the Spirit. We operated for about a year, but then we got closed.
You're not listed.
We had to change our name. We changed our name. Yeah.
Were you in Hawaii or Liberia?
No, I was right next to the Capitol at First Methodist Church. I was easy to nab.
We're doing our job.
Well, yeah. Now that we know more about Lynn's checkered past, it's always enlightening what you find out at these meetings, isn't it? We'll go on to the next items, which are items 9D through F, which were on the consent agenda. And there is a goldenrod that was handed out after for item 9E, and that's just additional information, but it doesn't have any impact or anything to change votes. Right, Joe?
Correct.
That he handed out. Don't want y'all to be confused by that. My co-chair came over and said, "What? I thought we already consented to this," so I don't want anybody else to be concerned about that either. So those three items we've already put on the consent agenda. And then item 9G1 is a request from Texas Women's University for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in physical therapy. And Joe will explain this.
It's actually and I apologize for describing it, it's a Doctor of Physical Therapy rather than a Doctor of Philosophy. The national movement on doctoral degrees in physical therapy has been to this, what they call the DPT. It's a professional doctorate as opposed to the research doctorate, Doctor of Philosophy. Texas Women's University has a Doctor of Philosophy degree, which gives it a very solid base for moving into the Doctor of Physical Therapy, the practice degree, and in fact these two degrees that are on today's agenda are probably the easiest staff recommendations we've had to deal with in some time. Solid program, part of a national movement towards professional doctorates, in this case with a strong research base to undergird it, and so we'd recommend approval.
And we have discussed this overall issue in the past when we talked about degree creep. So this is one of those areas that we talked about, which we were concerned about. That was before you came, Joe.
It's been a concern, I think, in this state for quite some time, but it is clearly one of those national movements that we have to be a part of.
Okay. Do we have any questions or comments?
Do they have the undergraduate PT program?
It's at the master's level now. Yes.
The physical therapy?
Yes.
It's already there?
Yes.
So this is just the technology and what you...
This is actually kind of falls in between their existing master's and their existing PhD. So they have both an existing master's and an existing PhD.
PhD in what?
in physical therapy.
In physical therapy.
So they have the research doctorate, and this becomes the professional practice doctorate.
Yeah, this is a practicing side, where the other one is a teaching side.
PhD in physical therapy.
Relatively recent.
Any other questions or comments? Do we have a motion to approve? A motion by Nancy, a second by Fred. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 9G2 is a request from the University of Texas at San Antonio for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with major in Business Administration with a program in marketing. Joe?
Another easy one to recommend. The institution has a PhD in business with majors in accounting, finance, information technology, and management, and this adds the marketing. The marketing department wasn't ready when they started with the other majors. They've subsequently hired additional faculty. They have 10 strong faculty on board and 2 vacant slots to be filled after this is approved. Strong commitment from the institution, number of good students in the program. The site visit was very positive.
Isn't it true that the UTSA Business School graduates the highest number of Hispanics in business?
I'm not sure of that, Elaine, but I would think that's probably the case.
I think it is the case, just as an aside.
Certainly several years ago when I was looking at this from a different perspective, one year we found 2 Hispanic PhDs awarded in the entire United States, so it wouldn't take a whole lot to be a leader at this point. So I'm confident that the state of Texas is definitely the leader.
Any other questions or comments in that regard? Do we have? I'm sorry, Neil.
I move we approve.
Okay, we have a motion from Neil. Do we have a second? A second from Elaine. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item on our agenda, it was also on the consent calendar, 9H. Chairman Shepherd, that concludes our committee's report today, and I thank you very much for your accommodating my flat tire and allowing me to stay on the side of the road to make my presentation. Thank you.
Well, we hope you get it fixed real soon.
I'm on the road to recovery.
That's good. We will move on now to the Committee on Agency Operations. I want to thank all the members, plus a number of other board members that were able to attend the meeting yesterday afternoon. Had an opportunity to be brought up on several different issues that we're dealing with, the loan migration and the internal audits, which is an ongoing process. Our first item, item 10B, is on our consent calendar for the day. And so we will move forward to item 10C, which is going to be a short report by Laura Weber on the 80th Texas Legislature and higher education issues, which I think all of us know is a moving target. So Laura, did you print this up about 30 minutes ago? So it's the latest edition? It's already out of date. You're probably right.
Good afternoon. You should have 2 pieces of red documents. One is a compilation of bills filed to date as of January 24th, affecting higher education or agency operations. We sorted these in various ways. You could kind of locate some things more easily depending on how you were looking for it. Of course, not every bill is highly significant, but we do have some significant issues running through the legislature right now that affect various areas. You'll see in the bottom of page 1 in the white pages bills by Senator Nelson regarding the nursing profession, for instance, which probably will get some legs under them. On page 3 in the white section on admissions, that's where the top 10% bills will appear. So we have several of those going through this session right now. The bills on exemptions and waivers on page 4 usually get some hearings, so we are expecting to see some things on those. And other things regarding institutional changes and funding more than likely will be heard in committee. We're not expecting every single bill to get heard, but those are probably the ones that we're going to see more of. The other piece...
Laura, do
yes.
you want to make a comment about some of the good news, though, that we've heard, so we make sure that...
You mean on the appropriations bill, for instance?
And in particular, our LAR.
Yeah. The other red piece you have, it covers Senate Bill 1, which is the appropriations bill that was filed day before yesterday. And... Are you... Y'all are still looking here. Let's see...
They weren't. The red sheet wasn't stapled to the other.
Oh, sorry. Did it get separated? Now you're
figuring it out now.
Okay. This is the first part of this piece is something you've seen before on how our bill pattern and our strategies and goals are in our appropriations bill. But the second part of this piece talks about Senate Bill 1 in particular, and we think House Bill 1 will be the same. And there was good news. For one thing, our base funding was brought back to 100%, which was a great piece of news since we had to submit a budget at 90%. So having that restored in the base is really good news. And they didn't put additional funding, but they did in several instances give us UB authority so that we could roll some funds forward from this biennium into the next. In particular, you'll see that I think on page 1 in the general revenue section, right underneath the chart. So those are good pieces of news. So we're looking forward to starting from zero instead of behind as we've had to do in previous sessions. I might also point out some interesting things in this, that some of the priorities that the board had regarding financial aid. That's on page 2 of the second piece. The advanced research program was funded at 100%. Plus, we got unexpended balances coming forward on that one, which is good. Right now, we only think it's about $8,000, but sometimes we get some of these funds returned to us that can come forward in the next biennium. So that was good. The tuition equalization grants were restored to 100% of current funding. And let's see, on page 4, the Irma Rand Health Pharmacy School got funding. So I thought that would be of interest to you. So we are, I think, in pretty good shape going forward with this appropriations bill. We'll of course try to keep it at that. Any other questions? We're still pouring through the appropriations bill, so I'm not going to know every little thing, but that's where we are with it right now.
It was on the consent agenda, item 5E, the determination of resident status. And I'm wondering, it says the following persons shall be classified as Texas residents and entitled to pay resident tuition at all institutions of higher education. How does that interface with some of the bills that have been filed, like Noriega's, relating to the residency requirements for tuition and fee exemption? Oh, that's military, but I thought he was also doing one. It caught my eye. I thought Noriega was also maybe playing defense this time to potential bills that would have an impact on illegal residents or illegal aliens that were coming in that went to a public or private university or even homeschooled and then wanted to go on to a college or university.
Yeah.
Does what we did today have any impact on that?
I couldn't swear to it.
Well,
I wasn't in.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, you
I'm
might
sorry.
want to make sure that I just was curious about it, and I should have pulled it and asked the question.
Yeah.
Lois,
yeah,
do you have a response to
since
that?
she's more familiar with the agenda item, may be able to help with that.
What we did today has no bearing on any of the legislation that's out there. It was just cleanup actually from the last legislative session.
But from what I understand, there could be bills that are filed that would change that. And then what we did today would have an impact. Is that correct?
Well, then the whole thing changes.
Okay. So one doesn't take precedence over the other. If there's a new bill filed, then that would take precedence over what we did today.
Correct.
Okay. It caught my eye, and I should have said something earlier.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any
And Texas Tech at El Paso was also fully funded?
Is it in here? Is it
Five there, is that right?
It would be part of the appropriations bill, so let's see.
The
Did we
new page
mention that
5 you just
one?
handed out at the top.
Yes, the medical
Page
school in El
5.
Paso. I actually had that one circled. I'm sorry I didn't mention it. So,
Rangel and El Paso, that's excellent.
And I appreciate your keeping us up to date with the top 10% bills that have been filed and that kind of information. I don't know about your communities, but there is a huge groundswell in Houston regarding the top 10%.
yeah. I think top 10% in the residency issue that you mentioned earlier are probably going to be pretty hot.
Well, and also
issues.
corporal
So,
punishment, but that's K-12. But we're going to take care of that.
luckily.
No. Maybe we ought to have it that way, too.
Laura, are you going to give us, going on to item D, a little overview of responsibilities under the Higher Education Impact
Yes,
Statement?
I can do that as well. This is a supplementary item for agenda item XD. It's a pink piece that was distributed at lunchtime. Some of you will be familiar with this process already. By Senate rule, we are sometimes asked, or the board is sometimes asked, to prepare higher education impact statements on particular bills. You can see here that they are usually related to the classification, mission, or governance of an institution. And in this piece, I listed some of the bills that we were asked to do higher education impact statements last session to give you kind of a feel for what kind of bills those are. The way the process works is when bills are filed, the Legislative Budget Board staff is looking at them in this context to see if one should have a higher education impact statement, because the statement goes beyond the usual fiscal note where we're just costing out a bill. It actually asks for analysis of a lot of different factors. So when we get that notice, we, of course, start talking to the chairman, start talking to the commissioner, and the bill sponsors too, to see when they need to get this, when we need to get it prepared for them, and whether or not we're going to have a special board meeting, because that is an option, to have a special board meeting to consider these higher education impact statements. We've not done it since I've been here, so because the process is moving too fast, we don't have enough time to do that generally. But it is a possibility, so we wanted to point that out.
Laura, let me speak to that just briefly from a historical perspective. The board has always been sensitive about attempting to call that special meeting and getting people in for maybe just one impact analysis and the cost and all that. So we haven't done that in the past. What we've done is we've delegated the ultimate responsibility after it's been looked at to the chair and the vice chair to sign off on it. Raymond and Joe will talk about one in a minute that's hit. This is a little early, and of course, obviously, it will pick up. And so there is I think, a high probability that we will have one or more of these to tackle at our April meeting, and you can understand that. I mean, and that's historically what's happened in the past. This one is a little earlier than that. We may have some that are later, but that's pretty much what we have done in dealing with them. Laura, go ahead. I just want.
Yeah, and what we found last session is that because the bill authors were anxious to get their bills heard in committee, and they have to have these statements prior to that, the board did have to delegate all of them to the chair and the vice chair and the chair of the committee, the relevant board committee, to go ahead and approve and get these back to the bill authors and to the LBB. So.
And do you send them the copies?
Yes. In fact, usually there's drafts going on that everyone's seeing all along, but we've had as little as a few days to do some of these in the past, so it is a time consideration trying to get these done.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
That's the reason that we need to get this legislation passed, giving this board authority that the other public institutions of the state have, and the ability to have a telephone meeting.
That would be nice.
I agree. I couldn't agree more. And that certainly would
one of our.
And change the meeting
solve the
notice
problem,
time.
and it would involve more people. It would involve the entire board in that process. Yeah,
What do we need to do to make that happen, Neil?
We're in the process of working on that.
All what we're really talking about is some Me Too legislation, so we can be treated like college boards and university boards of regents.
Board of Regents have the same authority now.
They can have a telephone.
And other agencies.
And other agencies, that's right.
Now there's all kinds of public bodies
it's
that have
just
that authority.
So are we, as board just suggested, are we also talking about changing the notice?
Yes. Yes. Notice and the ability to meet by telephone.
A 30-day notice would be much too long to be able to do this.
And surely they ought to respond to that.
Well, the
because
typical,
as Laura said, in some cases they want these things turned around in 2 days.
Right. The typical, school districts and city councils is 72 hours notice to post an agenda and have a meeting, and they also have they have ability to post an emergency meeting 24 hours. So we ought to have the same authority. We'll work toward that.
Okay. Or did you have some other?
No, sir. You had, I think that Dr. Stafford was going to talk about the one that they're looking at right now.
Okay. Well, I know the commissioner had a few comments he wanted to make, and that was first.
We thought it would be useful for the board members to hear about the status report of a request for an educational impact statement we have before us now, and it's an issue that's not without controversy. So we thought we would give you a summary of the issue and give you a notion of what kinds of issues we're taking a look at, and then go on from there.
Senate Bill 105 is similar to Senator West Bill 730 from the last session. Calls for the establishment of a School of Law by the University of North Texas system to be located in Dallas. Response on that educational impact statement would be due 9 February, and so we presume it would follow this process we've just described. Just a few quick highlights on it. This board did a study on the need for law schools back in 2002. You did an educational impact statement last year on Senator West Bill 730. In that impact statement, you did not find that there was a definitive need for additional law school or additional law students and law graduates. The two things that may have changed slightly since the 2002 study is that we have increased the number of people earning bachelor's degrees at a greater rate than we've increased the rate of the number of slots in law schools slightly. That means that there is slightly less opportunity, slightly lower probability of a bachelor's degree recipient being able to get into law school. And I do say slightly, it's not a big change. Relative to the other 10 most populous states, it's perhaps an even greater reduction because a few of them have added law schools. Those are the only really significant changes from what you dealt with in 2002 in the study or 2005 in that educational impact statement. Rough estimates of the cost of launching a new law school over 5 years, $23 million in operating costs, 29+ million in construction costs, cost a little over $6,000 per student, full-time student in law school. That's 2 to 3 times what it costs for an undergraduate student. That's kind of the trade-off issue that you have to face. I've got lots of other statistics that we're trying to kind of sort our way through, but I think those are the most relevant ones.
Joe, from a timing standpoint, how far off do you think you are in terms of being able to get the information out to the board?
Oh, I suspect we could get it to you early next week, unless you identify some new issues that we don't know about yet.
Okay.
just in terms of cleaning it up, formatting it, that's a day or so.
Okay. Well, I think all of us would certainly like an opportunity to look at it. I think we know where we are in terms of dealing with it. And if it's the board's will and desire to give that ultimate authority to Raymond and Neil and myself, I for one still would like to make sure that the board can have all this information and be able to respond about their own comments, because some of us were around when that report was issued last session, but obviously some were not and have not had a chance to look at it.
Mr. Chairman, I think it'd be helpful too, for those that do not have the benefit of the 2002 study. That was an exhaustive study done by outside experts. We did a study on law schools, med schools, vet schools,
pharmacy.
There were about 4 or 5, and those are all independent studies. Those are posted on our website. And I would encourage you, and when this impact statement does come draft, that you go look at that 2002 study. But I also would suggest that when you send out, Dr. Stafford, that draft, that we send out the impact statement that's done for the 2003 session as well on that summer bill. So.
Yeah, I agree. I think any background material that we have, we need to get to the board. Nancy?
So I was going to ask I didn't know about the study you're referring to, but I was going to ask if we could see the 2003 impact statement.
Right. We need to get that as well.
So this study you're talking about...
It was an exhaustive study statewide. That's correct. That's correct. It was not focused on any particular institution. All of those studies that I mentioned were statewide studies done by national experts in looking into the demographic data, not only compared to the state, but how we compared nationally, and looked at the needs of the state in terms of what we were producing in the way of doctors and lawyers and pharmacists.
We had
and so
an
forth.
initiative from the board to look at graduate education pretty much across the board.
Exactly. And those were very well done, and they're very well documented and data driven.
And things have not perceptibly changed in the law school scenario, correct?
Yeah.
No big changes that I can identify at this point.
Your numbers you were quoting, were those 2003 numbers, or were they updated to 2007? The cost of law school education.
Those are an current estimate, so that.
And my other question goes back, and I keep looking at my Aggie friends. What year was the brouhaha over A&M's request for a law school?
Probably when Preston Smith gave it to you.
I wasn't going there with.
I understand. I don't know that there. Well, the brouhaha. No, the brouhaha with Texas A&M was with South Texas, and the fact that. Texas A&M University stepped out without coordinating board authority, and this coordinating board sued.
And that was during
Texas A&M and South Texas.
This was prior to Mr. Adams coming on the board.
It was, and we settled it after I got on. So,
yeah, but it was settled. It was discussed and settled when we were here.
Yeah, it was settled, and we can't.
Wait a minute, hold on. Yes, it was settled, but we won on every count all the way through the court system, all the way up.
We being the coordinating board.
We being the coordinating.
I'll be the first to admit that my institution was patently wrong, if not legally, practically, and otherwise, in the way that was handled. But that would have been 1998.
Papers I've seen in the file in 98.
He said there were Aggie lawyers handling
Needed.
The suit was filed in 98. It was settled in 2002.
Okay.
It went all the way to the Supreme Court because it was an interpretation of the statute. The first case.
We got sued.
By
South Texas School
of Law. Yeah. And then the coordinating board countersued, and ultimately won, and it was appealed. Court of Appeals and the coordinating board won there, and then went to Supreme Court, and the coordinating board won.
My only comment on this one, as rightfully said, this will be controversial.
Yes.
yes or no. Is an impact statement, does it come to a conclusion?
It comes to, it presents data, and we'll come to a conclusion in terms of need.
So you three want to have that on your shoulders? Man, I mean, whether you accept it or reject it, I mean, just give it to them.
Nancy, we've done it before. We have broad shoulders.
I'm all for it, but I just wondered because you'll get the phone calls.
I mean, that's part of the...
Oh, no, you'll get the phone calls, too.
Oh, no, you'll get them anyway.
You get blamed for our decision.
Either way.
Either way, you're going to get the calls.
I mean, what we have done in the past, Nancy, in most cases is we have come to a conclusion. Now, none of us have looked at this, and we don't know what the new data is, and that merits it certainly. But I think at the end of the day, if we feel like that, if y'all give us the authority and we feel like that it deserves a decision, like it was in the past.
And it's due when? It can't wait till Neil's committee meeting in March?
Yeah.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I think what you're going to see is that apparently the staff's pointed out that what you were recommending, if it's between board meetings and we do have to meet a deadline of the legislature, then the chair, the vice chair, and commissioner have the authority to approve that.
Well, that's what you did say.
That's already
We're just giving you a heads up.
And that's what
give us an opportunity to read it and give you feedback.
Absolutely. And we've always done that. Now, obviously, from an open meeting standpoint, that feedback needs to go to the commissioner.
But if we get a bad phone call, we'll say, well, Neil and Bob did it.
Bob and Neil did it. You bet.
And we'll turn around and say, Wayman did it. That is the procedure that's in place.
I have a question. Because of Murdoch's study, because of the 3 geographic areas that have been identified that we are targeting in terms of closing the gaps, because of what we faced this summer and fall with the discussion on the expansion of the University of Houston Northwest Campus, how can we avoid some of the problems that we faced then moving forward when we know that geographically there may not be the same kinds of issues as when this agency was first formed, and same with the duplication of programs. And how can we maybe support the system so that next time, no matter which university going into no matter which geographic area, with no matter which programs, that we will have some sort of a consistency in place that it seems like we should have had then. Does that make sense? I know that's a convoluted question, but it seems like...
Answer your question, no.
It was a question. It was a question.
That wasn't a question?
That was rhetorical.
Well, no, it really isn't rhetorical, and I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm really being serious.
Oh, I understand.
I mean, if in fact it says expanded institutions, possible duplication of programs with other institutions, that is exactly the same kind of issue we face and will face again. In some part of the state with some institution. How can we have something in place so that we have those answers in the future?
Well, to answer part of that, and I think if you'll go back, and Neil had mentioned the study that was done by an outside source on all the graduate programs, if you'll go back and read those, they talk a lot about it, Laura. And what's being said, I mean, they make 2 statements. They say, if we needed another law school, which at that point in time they said, no, we didn't by the numbers. But if we did, there were 2 areas of the state that the state ought to look at, and that one is the Metroplex and one is South Texas. And of course, the definition of South Texas can be pretty large depending on who you're talking to. And when I say that, I'm talking about from San Antonio all the way south to where I live in the Rio Grande Valley. If you live in the Rio Grande Valley, we think it's the 4-county area, so Hidalgo, Willoughby, and so that's an issue. But those were the 2 areas that were identified. I assume that probably as Joe updates his information, that's probably still what it's going to say. Then the question will be, do we need more lawyers?
No.
And I think we know the public. Don't ask anybody in this room that.
Wait a minute, let's just vote on that.
I'll get outvoted on that one.
I retired from law practice 2 weeks ago and told a friend, without doing an impact study, said, good, one less lawyer.
I mean, Ricker's point is well taken, because the question might be, do we need more minority lawyers? And is this law school going to serve that population better than the other one?
And Glenn, that's a good question. The other question is one that we deal in all the professional areas is a distribution problem. Yeah, you need more doctors in the rural area.
And they're not ready.
Access. All those are still related. I mean, those are certainly, good questions that we'll have to update, because we do have, at least at that time, a pretty good body of evidence, and I assume that Joe can get that and get it updated fairly quickly. Nancy?
Who requests impact statements? Is it the legislature?
The LBB.
LBB. But nothing precludes a legislator to ignore our impact statements and backdoor us and just go ahead and do it, right?
I'll do every day.
We've had people come before us in times past and basically say, we don't care what you do. No, that's right. They can do anything they want to. The way this got started a number of years ago is that the then Governor, Lieutenant Governor and Speaker, Governor Bush, Lieutenant Governor Bullock, and Speaker Laney all wrote a letter to the legislature and to us and basically said, this is what we would like to see happen.
I see.
And I believe, if I remember my notes correctly, it's actually in the Senate rules, and I think the House has always honored it. So the trigger becomes, it goes to the bill is filed, the LBB is made aware of it, obviously, and then that triggers it, if it's relevant to higher ed, to be sent over to us. This is just our best opinion with the information that we have and can gather and what we know of whether or not it's a good idea, whether it's a law school or anything else. Paul, do you have a question? Okay. All right. So,
but since we have this regional plan, why don't we already know the answer to this question? This thing? Well, I don't have it.
You mean other than no?
Yeah. Or no, it could be no. But, I mean, it's not very transparent what that regional plan, what it means, how it's to be interpreted, is it? Well, I mean, we had it when we had the U of H problem.
Let me try to answer that question. I think the problem is that regional plan is very thorough, but every proposal we have for a new institution has a degree of nuance that can't be covered in a report of that breadth. And so it seems to me that we use that document as a context, and Joe has indicated that we are using it as a context, but I think we have general guidelines, but every proposal is unique, and we have to look at it on the basis of its own merits within the context provided by these studies that we've done.
Well, part of the problem is that newer folks like yourself, this is your first go round. You don't have the background. We understand that. I mean, there's a few of us around the table that have voted on it before. We obviously have a public record on it, and in that regard, we probably have to have some new information to change our minds. But there are a number of y'all that.
I understand that.
In an ideal world, I'd like for you to all have time to look at it, because you're certainly entitled to it, because we're asked to vote on it.
Let me give one example, and I don't know how much it applies in this case because I haven't looked at the information that quickly. For example, the regional plan. Let me give you a very simple way it could be skewed, or the process could become skewed. Let's say that the cost of going to private law schools had skyrocketed in the Metroplex. We'd have to take that into consideration in terms of access. if the fees for tuition and fees had increased 3 or 4-fold, I'm just exaggerating to make a point, at SMU and Baylor and Texas Wesleyan, then that would change the balances in terms of regional needs. It would create a real access problem in the most populated region in the state. And that could be something that occurred very suddenly. It would have to be something we have to take into consideration.
And Lynn, there are different arguments. I remember back when we had the discussion about, well, it was my backyard, the Regional Academic Health Center. I mean, one of the reasons was we wanted to recruit minorities into medicine. And the theory is that you have a med school or RAC. It's no different than in El Paso when you attract those students and the residents come in and they stay there and practice. Well, that's exactly what happened. Well, if you look at the law school in Dallas, that's not the case. We got all kinds of lawyers in Dallas because it's business and commerce.
And lawyers don't migrate out of law school like doctors do out of a residency program, and that's what that study showed. In fact, that national there's a great deal of data about particularly all of those professions in terms of what attracts them to certain areas and why. And that's one reason I highly recommend you look at that study in 2002, because basically Joe's going to be updating those numbers, is what I understand from that study. But David,
I'd just like to underline what Mr. Adams just said. I actually came up here to make the point that the regional plan is developed to provide a foundation for various issues that might come up, and to look at some specific issues in terms of are basic degrees offered or not offered in certain areas. But it's intended to be used in conjunction with studies such as the law school study, the study about medical schools, study about graduate education, and those are studies that periodically we'll need to update as well, that they need to be done again. I think actually, you made a comment, Ms. Phillips, at the last meeting, which I really appreciate, in terms of maybe you guys need to have the opportunity, if you want it, to have sort of an not in-service, but a little presentation, perhaps on a board meeting elsewhere, to walk through the regional plan. We'd be glad to do that at some point. Connecting this to the other issue, I've been around here a while, and I can tell you that the notion of what is unnecessary duplication has changed over time. And so that's an important discussion to have, and it's really varied somewhat as our boards have changed and as the context of Texas has changed. So this is an opportunity to reconsider that and see what the board believes is the appropriate approach to that.
Exactly. I think that's what we were trying to say is, are we still making decisions in the same way we were when the coordinating board was founded? And maybe we need to revisit that. For example, in the incentives we talked about today, geographic access isn't the only sort of access, and there are ways to challenge institutions to do what fits with our goals.
Right. Joe, let's go back for a moment, if we can, and talk about the issue at hand. As I understand it, this is due February the 9th.
Correct.
And if you can have the information out Monday, if possible, but certainly very early in the week, at least it would give board members an opportunity to look at it and to respond to Raymond or Neil and myself. I mean, preferably it would go to Raymond. Is that possible?
Yeah, Monday afternoon, maybe, not Monday night. Can I buy 3 or 4 hours? No, seriously, I think we've got a lot of the pieces here, and if you'll bear with us, if things are not as well organized and quite as neat as you would like, we can certainly have something to you Monday. There's some questions in my mind I want to get sorted out, and I think we can get those sorted over the weekend.
Well, I think Neil's suggestion about going on the web and reading the report is a very good idea in terms of background. It'll go, I believe, a long way to getting you up to speed on the issue.
We don't need to vote on anything here on this one?
No?
Okay.
I might suggest that perhaps we should email you the link so it'll be easy to find. We'll do that for you.
Please do, David. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments on this? The next item that on the agenda that Mr. Adams requested that we pull off the consent item is consideration of adopting new amendments to our section 1.16 of our board rules, and this concerns our contracts for material and services. And Mr. Adams, I know you have a suggestion about that.
I do. This came up in our agency operations meeting yesterday afternoon. I'll be honest, I quite missed this, but when you read paragraph or section 1.16 and then A, B, and C, the way it's currently drafted, it would apply to only contracts for purchase of materials and services from an outside vendor, would not apply to contracts for state or local government entities. And I mean, the monies that are flowing through here, we have a fiduciary responsibility whether or not the vendor is an outside independent vendor, private sector vendor, or whether it's a component of local government or state government. And so I'm going to move, Mr. Chairman, that we approve this policy in its amended form as proposed, but there be a further amendment to A, B, and C, is that we delete the phrase in each of those paragraphs beginning with remove this phrase, through a vendor other than state or local government entity. If that's removed, then that means all contracts, regardless of who the contract's with, would come within the contract policy. And I think that's the more appropriate approach.
Why? That obviously was deliberately put in.
And I don't remember what. I don't understand. I think there was some theory that because we were dealing with another local government entity, they had the same fiduciary responsibility. But if we're controlling the money and where it's going, we're the one that has the ultimate responsibility. And I think that those contracts ought to still come through here under this policy. Obviously, many of them will not because they'll fall under the thresholds. I'm not asking the thresholds change at all.
Is there a second to Mr. Adams' motion to get it on the floor? Motion seconded by Mr. Foster. Is there any other discussion on this item? No. Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. On letter D, you mentioned A, B, and C. Is it applicable to, because there's no monetary number, but it does say other than, it says that same famous phrase.
D is...
Good point.
Although you know it on the reporting process?
Right. Why would you exclude purchases through a local or state government?
Would that be clean?
Oh, that should be. Oh, yeah, I'm saying that same phrase should be excluded. I agree. My motion should have included.
Would you like to?
I move that we further amend the proposed policy and section 116, item D, remove that same phrase through a vendor other than state or local government entity. Thanks, Nancy.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Adams and seconded by Mr. Foster. Any further discussion? Nancy, thanks for pointing that out. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, and motion carries. That concludes the agency operations committee report. You have a list of program and facility decisions that the commissioner has made since our last meeting. Anybody have any questions, thoughts, or ideas on those? If not, we will stand adjourned until. But yeah.
We have to approve that contract. The full board needs to approve that contract that we talked about yesterday. External.
It's a good question because it's over the amount. Let's ask a question about the extensions of the contracts with Deloitte and with...
Those should have been on here.
Yeah, they should have been on here. Bill, have a point of order.
2 contracts with the outside auditors.
We approved them at the agency op meeting yesterday, but Council, the question has been raised about
That's right.
the two contracts that we have with KPMG and Deloitte. Okay, we extended those contracts yesterday in the agency ops meeting and increased their value. And the question is, shouldn't they be on our board agenda for today for the entire board to act on?
The contracts themselves do call for board approval. If one were to read the rules, long-winded answer, if one were to read the rules, 1.16 in particular, the Agency Operations Committee approval yesterday of those contracts is tantamount to board approval under that particular section. However, if the board's pleasure would be to approve them, I certainly think it would be in order.
And that doesn't have to be on the agenda?
Well, the Agency Operations Committee report was just concluded, and it...
Part of that.
Part of it.
But I think you're within the threshold.
Well, is the board comfortable with the Agency Operations Committee having made that decision and voted in the affirmative on it yesterday?
I say follow our lawyer's advice.
Yeah. That's a good idea, George. George says, why don't we follow our lawyer's advice?
That's a good idea coming from another lawyer.
Okay, and if I understood our lawyer's advice is we acted properly and correctly yesterday.
Well, absolutely. We acted in accord with our contract approval policy.
All right, sir. That's fine then. We accept that. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion made by Lynn Phillips, seconded by Nancy Neal. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. We'll see you at 5 o'clock.
It says 4.
5 or 4?
5 or 4? It says 4.